Hello, poker fans from across the nation. We are live from the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada for the Free Poker Network Desert Dash for Cash National Championship. This is the main event. We had a record-breaking pool of players with 404 total entries, total qualifiers into today. We are now down to, I believe, 26 players. We just lost a couple just before we went on break. We've picked our feature table. This is feature table coverage. We have 3 tables going total. Let's go ahead and introduce our players. In seat 1, she has appeared on our live stream once already this week, is going to be Suzanne Barcelo. Plays out of X's and O's and FPN Online. She's starting with 640,000. She's our chip leader at the table. In seat 2, we have James Green from Kearney, Nebraska, playing out of the Big Apple, 355,000 in starting chips. Seat 2 is open. Seat 4, Eddie Torres, playing out of Old Town Tavern. He's going to start with 550,000 in chips. Seat 5, Luciano Siranko. I need to get that. I had spelled it phonetically. Siranka. Unbelievable. Luciano Siranka in seat 5, 265,000. Steve Buffalo in seat 6, playing out of Six Poppers in Wilmington, Delaware. He's got 250,000, and we have an all-in immediately, but a fold, so we'll continue on introducing our players. Seat 7, John Christensen, playing out of the Castleton Vets Club in North Dakota. He's got 100,000 in chips. Seat 8, Phil Davis, Vegas native, plays at Fred's, 155,000 in chips. And to round off our table, we have Fred Morales from Jefferson, Indiana, and Detroit, Michigan, plays out of Max Hideaway. He's got 510,000 in chips. Chris Hanson is in the booth tonight. He's just chatting real quick with someone outside, so we will be welcoming him in any minute. This tournament started at 10 a.m. this morning in a record-breaking 404 qualifiers entries into our main event. Up top, payout is the grand prize of $25,000. And we very well could be looking at one of our winners right here at the table. Got a hand brewing. Luciano, King Queen suited, against Fred Morales with Ace King suited. Your chips out there are just 2 denominations. The black chips are 5,000. The gray chips are 25,000. Fred Morales will make the call for 55,000. Actions on James Green, who will fold. Now Eddie Torres, King Queen offsuit. We'll see if he decides to make a call out of the big blind. I would imagine so. Just 35,000 more. It's got a decent sized stack to do so, and we're 3-handed with 3 premium hands. Going into the flop comes 4, 6, 9. Absolutely dry board. Well, I won't say that because there's 2 diamonds. Fred Morales has the diamond draw. It's like we had a check out of seat 4 and seat 5. Luciano will bet what looks to be 100,000.
Excuse me, 100.
Fred Morales down there in your bottom right-hand side of the screen with the flush draw, currently ace high, 99% chance to win this hand. If he knew the odds of winning this hand, I would imagine that he just smooth calls here. We are on a 30-minute delay, so whatever you see will be 30 minutes in the past, and Fred will make the smooth call. Over there on your top right of the screen, Eddie Torres whiffing the flop. He'll fold. And so we'll be 2 to the turn. The king would really make things interesting, that's for sure.
Turn is 6.
And it is a 6 on the turn, giving Fred Morales the check mark.
Player moves all in. 5 moves all in.
And Luciano is all in. Well, I'm curious here. Couldn't Luciano hit a queen and survive? So I'm not sure. Oh, you know what? Probably all the queens have been taken in other hands. So that's probably why Fred has the check mark. The software sometimes is smarter than the commentator.
210.
Luciano's again playing out of 6 poppers in Delaware. Profession is in sports radio. We should maybe get him back here sometime. Luciano is 9th place in the FPN tag team last night. It's his biggest poker achievement, at least that he wrote down. Playing poker for 3.5 years, since August of 2021. And in the last 4 years, he has attended nationals, so 4 times here in Vegas. So thank you, Luciano, for coming. And again, the Delaware folks, we absolutely love. They stay up all night and watch the live stream. If Luciano can somehow make it here past Fred and get to the final table, I'm sure all of Delaware will be cheering loudly. And we do get the call, so Fred Morales is going to knock out Luciano Taranka.
All in, river is 10.
10 on the river. We knew that Fred has the check mark. And eliminated in what I think is 26 play, or no, we're still in the 30s. 31 players remain, now 30. Once we get down to 27 players, heads up, we will be doing a full 3-table redraw. So we are just kind of going to be getting some of the kinks out right here, if there are any, which none so far. But we may not see all these players at the feature table shortly. Once we get down to 27, that's just 3 eliminations away. So this could be a short-lived feature table, but we will go ahead and do a little redraw once again at 27 players once we get down to those 3 tables. John Christensen will fold. Same with Phil Davis. Fred Morales now with 860,000 in chips. He is your chip leader at this table. I guess things got a little too hectic and I didn't do a quick count of other chips at the table, chip stacks at the other 2 tables. All right, I think we have 4 tables total. James Green with pocket 9s on the button. Blinds are 10, 20, 20. He's going to raise it up to what looks like 60,000. Eddie Torres will fold. Steve Buffalo on the button. Ace Jack.
6 moves all in.
And he's going to shove all in for 195,000.
I see 195.
Do you want to give a shout out to our first winner of the day, our Dash Master? And I'm gonna hype him up like I did. Well, maybe once we see the conclusion of this hand, we'll let you know who that person was. But James Green now sitting in the think tank, so be over half his chip stack to call. And he does end up making the call. So we might see 2 eliminations here in just a couple short hands. All right, so Ace Jack versus Nines, classic coin flip scenario. As close as you can get. Steve Buffalo at risk is going to need to see an ace or a jack. There we are, dealer framing up our all-in pot nicely. King in the window, king, 10. Certainly that's got to open up some outs for Steve. He does have 10 outs.
Turn is 5.
Needs a queen or a jack, a 5 on the turn, no help to him.
River is
29% chance, and he will be eliminated with a 7 on the river. James Green Steve Buffalo eliminated. There goes one of our Delawareans. In fact, there goes both of our Delawareans.
10 blinds.
Steve Buffalo playing poker for 20 years. Biggest achievements, 2 state runner-ups and 3 league champs. Has attended the FPN Nationals for 5 years. Thank you so much for coming out here, Steve. You did earn some money. That is the good news, is all these players who you're seeing are going to be in the money.
I mentally did it backwards.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's not Steve Buffalo. Sorry, it's Steve Bufflap.
Thanks for playing.
Steve
I don't know
Bufflap.
why I thought seat 6 had the 9s in my head. I didn't even double
Also
check.
plays a lot of online at playfpn.online.
You're like eliminated. I'm like looking at him like, I don't think so. all right.
So dang. Joining me now in the booth,
We're doing a
Chris Hanson of Poker Night in America. Chris, we just lost both our Delawareans.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone, look. We're in Delaware.
We
Don't get the reference?
No.
I'm too old.
What is that like?
Wayne's World.
Oh, Wayne's World.
Movie, yeah.
I was gonna
Look,
say,
we're in Delaware.
for some reason, Willy Wonka pops out in my head, but that's just because I was just playing that slot machine.
on the right
So
side of the stage. Remove
that's
that.
probably why.
Well, sorry, I was out getting triggered on Minnesota sports history and the inadequacies of the team. I got into a discussion, and all of a sudden, Goose comes like, we've started. Oh, well, gee,
Yeah.
here I am. So I was literally 8 feet away. I guess
I heard you, and I was hearing a couple tidbits about how terrible Minnesota sports teams are. But yeah, in 3 hands, I believe it is, we've eliminated 2 people. And once we get down to 27, which I think is very soon,
They're doing a redraw.
it's got to be at least 29 players left, so we might need 2 eliminations, at least from what I've seen on this table. I'm not sure what's happened in the field. There we are. We're at 27, so it looks like the clock just updated. Looks like the clock is paused, and we are going to take a short break. We're going to redraw. So great timing.
Hey, I got to come in and sit down, and now I go back out. And
Chris, it's time for break. We'll be back when we
Okay.
do. We'll have some new players, little reshuffle, and we'll probably see more eliminations, and we'll eventually the conclusion of the Desert Dash for Cash. See you all very soon.
They're doing a complete redraw. Look and see what's
All right, welcome back after hopefully what was a short break for you. We got a whole new table of players on board. I'm joined with Poker Night in America's Chris Hanson.
Good luck, everybody.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Now, can you promise me that'll be our last break for the night?
for a while at
Okay,
least.
for a
Yeah.
minute. All right.
So seat one, we have our chip leader at the table, 990,000. That is Joe Mano out of the Last Chance Saloon in North Dakota. Skylar Sand playing out of the Can Do Bar with 745,000 in chips. Edgar Leva playing out of the local 701 in Fargo, 340,000 in chips. Seat four, Cynthia Alcaraz, 320K in chips, playing out of Pizza Cucina. I think it's Illinois, if I remember. Josh Dahlstrom, former national champion, and we have an all-in on the screen with our short stack at the table. Linda Amarant from Louisville, Kentucky, playing out of the Old Rascals in Derby City Pizza. So Josh raised to 55,000, and Linda went all in for 75. Skylar calls. We have calls all the way around, so we might see our first knockout.
Well, and Linda's got aces. Well, things look good so far. You got to survive the flop. That's mission one.
Flop is 3-6.
No 4. 6-3 jack. Linda, an accountant, been playing poker for 18 years. 6 on the turn, 97% chance. She needs to avoid a 4 and a 4 only.
Interesting to see if there's any betting here between Josh and Skylar. Skylar is going to bet.
It's like 85,000 maybe.
Heads up to the river.
90.
I got aces versus 4s.
All right, here comes the river.
River bring is 6.
It's another 6, so it'll be 6s full of aces.
Linda will triple up.
Well, that's about as good as it gets. You wake up with aces. I know you're in the small blind, but all of a sudden you go from one stack, that you had. Now you tripled that up,
And now you have a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
I wouldn't take deep breaths. I mean,
No.
I'm still probably shallow breathing it. But
So we'll finish rounding off our table after Cynthia. We have seat 5, Josh Dahlstrom, former national champion from 2018, I think, playing out of the local 701 in Fargo as well. Hillary Lincourt in seat 6, playing out of a host of bars, really just 2, McGinney's and Main Place in Rochester, New York. And she's got 385. Linda Amarant, again from Louisville. She has a lot more chips than 75,000. Seat 8, Clyde Johnson from the Muddy Cow in Litchfield, Minnesota. It's going to start with 355,000. And rounding off our feature table, John Ford playing out of the Win Bar in Pappy's Pub, 470,000. And we have another grouping of really nice hands on the board.
3 folds. Heads up to the flop.
John raised and Joe called. Ace King and Ace Jack. Flops deuce 9-4. Couple of diamonds picked up for John. He was ahead anyway, but now he's really got lots of options to win.
9 bet 60.
No reason for him to not be betting at this pot.
1 folds. 9 wins. Hand over.
26 players remain, so we did eliminate our 27th player. 3 tables. Shouldn't be any more redraws until we get to the final table. We'll do a redraw and get everybody else in here.
Edgar in seat 3 was part of the tag team last night. Was he
No,
not?
Edgar wasn't. We just had another player at the table, Eddie Torres, I believe. It was either Eddie.
That was a long time ago.
Oh, Luciano was on the tag team. I think they got knocked out immediately. We never saw anything from him.
5 folds.
So we got a former national champion, Josh Dahlstrom. I do believe Wendy Adamczyk, and there's a hyphen there, But she won in one of 3 main prizes in our Step in the Ring promotion, which you were not here for in May. So we have potentially 2 former national champions in our midst. So a second 2-time champion is it's in the cards.
Okay, I like it.
If Chris Hanson was making a Facebook post, he would say 2-time is still in play.
That's right. Until you're eliminated, a 2-time championship is still in play as well for Josh. Would that make it 3?
2.
2.
Just 2. Yep.
Okay.
4 checks.
All right. Again, nice hands showing up early on. Ace Jack, Ace King, pocket nines. Pocket nines in the lead.
Turn is
2 Broadway draws.
Everyone checks the flop.
4 bets.
Wendy Adamczyk DeAndrea. That's her full name. That
Okay.
was the letters were so small in her name box. Yeah, it was quite fun. But congratulations so far, and all these players are in the money. If you get busted out, you're getting paid. So that happened once we got down to 27 players, I believe.
So Ace Jack and Ace King are the 2 hands that made it to the river, and it looks like we're going to get a showdown without a bet on the river.
Actually, it might have been the top 36 players made the money. So, yeah, very fun stuff, guys. And, man, whole year we've been battling and these players in their home bars, and it all culminates. This is what we're here for, is the main event. Do you know how much is up top? Take a guess.
I think it's $7.4 million.
We still have not gotten to that level yet.
Okay.
$25,000. You could buy in, fire 2 bullets at the World Series of Poker, or buy into a $25,000 tournament somewhere else. But, man.
Could I go buy a sensible mid-sized late model Honda for that?
Maybe doesn't cover taxes, but probably before tax you could.
Okay.
I'm not sure on the car market right now.
But again, this is cold hard cash. This isn't a buy into that or a buy into that. It is cold hard cash, $25K. Someone will have that in their pocket within the next, hopefully, 3 or so hours. And I say hopefully very optimistic.
Yes, that is extremely optimistic. So Linda Amarant now with pocket nines. Edgar's going to go all in for $290,000.
6 fold. Hand over. 3 wins.
And we'll see a bunch of folds. So Edgar will scoop in a pot. Edgar is very active in the poker community. Attends a lot of poker tournaments, specifically Dakota Poker Tour, and then also plays at the local 701. 10-year veteran in the sport. So, but this is his 2nd year at Nationals, I do believe.
Okay.
So I think he was here last year as well.
I'm going to try again. Clyde, we saw play last night in C8.
That had to have been that Clyde Johnson.
I believe so.
I think we were missing his. That was the one we were missing on the player profile.
It's all coming together now, I think. Because Buddy Cow, Litchfield, Minnesota, also, the Clyde and Andy show, the Clyde.
Yes.
You know, that was 24 hours ago. I've already flushed most of that from my memory. Queens and nines.
Nice. Dealer is Mr. Action Jackson.
Oh, boy.
My God.
My goodness. Okay.
Just a smooth call from Cynthia.
Oh, boy. Getting tricky. Cleverly camouflaged.
Nines will fold. I'm sure if you looked at a poker book on things that you should do with certain hands, kings might certainly be a 3-bet. But we'll just see the smooth call, and Clyde, thinking he's got top pair right now, is going to fire away. And we'll have an all-in.
Kings versus queens.
And a call.
All right. So it's Cynthia in seat 4 who is at risk.
2 outer.
Turn is 9.
Oh,
Opens
eight
up some-
outs now.
River is queen.
A queen on the river.
Look at that. Oh,
Oh
Cynthia.
my gosh.
You know, we were just wondering if she should have raised there or just calling, flat before the flop was the right idea. We get to this point anyway.
Yes.
I mean, it comes out
man.
exactly the same, but I'm
Is it-
guessing that with kings, if you re-raise, you're probably going to get a called pre-flop anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, so too bad for Cynthia.
Is it perhaps in the words of Weezer, say it ain't so?
275.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
And she even said that her favorite poker player is Gus, her husband.
Oh, that's very sweet.
Very nice.
Elimination. Player
But her poker achievements include earning 2 medallions and a first place in a Free Poker Network game. Also, profession, pretty awesome here, patient service rep advocate.
Very cool. Oh, Cynthia.
I love when people advocate for others that need it. So thank you, Cynthia, for coming out. You're getting paid.
Yeah, go
You are
see
getting
the person out there who'll get you some dollar bills.
We can now have on your poker achievements cashing in the FPN main event Desert Dash for Cash.
There you go.
All right, so back to our Dash Master. I've been wanting to get to this, but then we had a whole shuffle of players and whatnot. But this is $500 to the player that came into today with the biggest chip stack. And I'll just kind of go through what I did this morning with all the players to open up our tournament. But this player, his commitment to participating in local leagues and his tenacity on the felts all week has vaulted this player into the largest chip stack starting today. And playing out of the Shorewood Pub and Billy's Corner Bar in Minnesota, Lester Hauglid got $500 cash starting out today for his efforts. And I do believe he is still in the field.
Awesome.
So,
Good for him.
yeah.
Well, you start with that much of a lead. We kind of talked about it last night, is that you're out in front, you're running in the clean air to begin with.
Yep.
The accumulation of chips has already happened per se, so not a surprise. Is also obviously a very good poker player.
Yes.
To still be in the field here with 24 left.
25, yeah, perhaps 25 or 24.
Okay.
Depending on when that clock updates or if it already has. But yeah, I've spent plenty of time with Lester. He deals for the Dakota Poker Tour, so I see him at those tournaments as well. So always a smile on his face, good attitude, and just loves the game of poker. Lester's out here with his mom, Sue Hauglid. So they made a run at the Tag Team National Championship last night. Unfortunately came up short, but making the final table vaulted him ahead in the Dash Master race, earning him that $500.
1 fold. 2 folds. 3 folds. 5 raises to 50. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Last night,
5 wins.
want to congratulate our tag team champions, father-son duo, Brett and Austin. Very experienced poker players. Brett, the father, taught Austin how to play poker and asked him, whose decision was it, or why did you guys made the decision that Austin would do the final table and take it to the end. And although Brett is taught him how to play, Austin ultimately has the best experience on a final table. He said my son was going to take it down. So all the confidence in the world from a father-son duo. Very fun to see.
Yes, the student has become the teacher.
That was in my head. I just couldn't formulate the words. So thank you. Glad we're on the same page there.
3 folds. 5 folds. Folded to 6. 7 folds.
Our next break is in 127 minutes. Blinds are at 15,
I need a scan.
30, 30.
Heads up to the floor.
Hey, Clyde Johnson raises to 85,000. John Ford, Jack King offsuit. And boy, bunch of spades on the board.
Checks, 9 checks. Turn
Be
in
interesting to see what Clyde, oh boy. Spade on the turn gives John the flush.
8 bets, 75.
But Clyde's going to lead out for 75,000.
I am going to guess that Clyde is playing Queen 10 of spades, and he has the Queen of spades. But we will never know because we
Bummer.
didn't RFID technology didn't pick up his cards, but Jack high spade. I don't know. Maybe I might have been calling to get to the river and see what happens, but
Unless some of that was messed up too. Perhaps the spade was red on seat 9, and so we never would have seen Clyde's hand.
technology, ain't she grand?
It is. I already have a flurry of the comments in our YouTube channel. Lance Palmer cheering on Phil of the Misfits. That this is, of course, 30 minutes in the past. Sheldon Hemphill asking how much left, and I believe at this point in time there's 26 or so, maybe 25. Shout out to Sean Green, another Rodney Young sighting in the chat.
Oh boy, here we go. Look at that. We are getting a lot of action hands here. Ace, Jack, Ace, King. John Ford is all in with his Ace, King.
8 folds, hand over, 9 winner.
And John is going to win the hand.
We started the weekend with around 590 subscribers. We ended yesterday with 604.
Yeah.
My push this morning to implore everyone to subscribe to the YouTube channel this morning got us up to 697.
Wow, you are looking for Employee of the Month.
Yes, and with 79 people watching the stream right now, you could, if none of you are subscribed, you could get us up to 676. Of course, our goal there is to get to 1,000 subs so we can monetize the streams and finally get paid once a year.
Maybe, have you ever thought about putting more skin on the site?
Showing more skin on the
Yeah,
stream?
I mean, maybe, us doing this shirtless.
Like an only
No.
commentators page or something?
No, that would be unsubscribe
It
is what
would. That
people
would
would be
be
doing. You're right. That's
unsubscribe. We'd
that's-
probably have the wrong crowd in there.
bad call by me.
Linda, well, we hashed out the details, decided it wasn't probably the right move.
Okay, got an all-in from Linda for 165,000. Action is on Josh here in seat 5. The decision is his with Queen 10.
This is wrong. So confirmed blinds are still at 10, 20, 20. Linda Amarant had a feature in Card Player magazine. Might have to go look that up and see if we can find the nice little write-up on her.
Button 1, 2, 3. Still 10, 20, 20.
Yes, for 1 minute.
A lot of Linda Johnson mentioning in here.
Yeah, if you look up Linda, that's in poker, that's going to be the name that will keep coming up over and over and over and over.
there a lot of Linda poker players?
Well, Linda Johnson, a very,
Oh,
very famous industry person
Okay.
and poker player. Yeah.
6 raises to 60. 7 folds.
I mean, she is in the Poker Hall of Fame.
okay, only.
Only in the Poker Hall of
Yeah.
Fame.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you know all these things.
I wish there was some useless knowledge that didn't keep itself in my head. Like every word to the Silver Spoons theme song. You know, stuff like that. I don't need that anymore. Like I can
Silver
get.
spoons.
Oh boy, am I old.
Yeah, you're aging yourself right
Oh
now.
boy, am I old. Ricky Schroeder, nothing. Silver Spoons.
No.
No. Okay.
No. My grandma had a nice set of silver spoons at her house growing up. That's about it. Silver Spoons, 1982 sitcom, ran for 5 seasons.
Yeah.
I can if I lean back. I can see it. I wish they put. They have
Ricky Schroeder, of course, became the actor Rick Schroeder later in life.
6 under the gun.
Okay. If you get bored some night, don't check it out because it's not worth it.
Don't. Thank you for that.
Another great poker-themed outfit you got on here today.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
that.
This shirt. Next year, I promise I'm going to get a different one. But
What is that? Velvet? What is that?
Cashmere.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's very nice. It's very fitting.
It
suits
is.
Suits the night. Suits you.
Need to work out a little bit more. I got one button popping, but
Where we're going, we don't need buttons.
8 folds. 9 folds. 1 fold. 2 raises to 50. 3 folds. 5 calls 50. Heads up to the flop. 2 and 5.
blinds are up next hand. Little
Heads up. Deuce, ace.
North Dakota on North Dakota crime here. Skylar Sand hits his ace. Josh Dahlstrom with flush draw. 2 very scary players. Skylar Sand ran very deep in our Step in the Ring promotion in May 2024.
5 raises.
It's got a nice little interview with him, so if you want to go back to the main event, you can check out all the things he had to say there.
These 2 players pretty close in chips, too, and so I think both of them, I don't know if this pot's going to get wildly out of control. I was wrong one other time. Turned out I was mistaken. But
2 calls.
I don't know how out of control this pot will get because of their chip stacks, that they're kind of right in the middle of things, so they don't want to make too many missteps. But we did get a bet and a call. Options first on Josh with his draw.
5 moves all in. 2 calls.
As soon as I say that, he goes all in.
Oh boy,
Yep. As I said, I was wrong that one other time.
that was an insta call.
Insta call with ace king.
Wow, didn't
Yep.
even think. Well, didn't even think about the flush because there isn't one out there yet. But Skylar's going to want to see a red card right now. Ace of clubs on the river. Skylar Sand is going to eliminate a former national champion, Josh Dahlstrom. Very strong player. Wow.
Good dude, too. I ran into him at the local 701 in West Fargo where he plays out of, and a lot of it's one of the biggest that FPN has as far as weekly games.
Yes.
And he was so looking forward to coming out here again that he was very excited about the possibility of winning that $25,000 for first place, but unfortunately his run and trying to become a 2-time champion has come to an end.
He is a 2-time champion, though, in North Dakota State Championships. So, favorite restaurant here in Vegas is In-N-Out.
Oh, animal
Or-
style. God, I could go for that right now.
You didn't eat all afternoon?
No,
Oh.
no, certainly didn't.
Yeah.
I had breakfast, And then nothing since then. I had some Doritos and some M&Ms. Does that count as a meal in Vegas? I don't think it does.
Yeah, it might. It's at least some kind of sustenance.
And full disclosure, a couple margaritas during the middle of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Felt like it was appropriate.
Did you watch it circa?
No, I watched actually some up in my room and then some downstairs here in
Very
the
nice.
sportsbook at Golden Nugget. So bad day for your guy today. Ended up 1-2 in the 3 NFL games today. That'll not win you money.
No.
But
Button 3, dead 5, 6.
spirits are high. Still excited for the Minnesota Vikings game
Yep.
tomorrow night. Headed to early morning. Heading off to Phoenix for the game. Excited about the prospect of maybe winning and heading back to Philadelphia, or Filth-adelphia, as I would like to call it.
Yeah. Well, you may be down on your bets, but your boy clawed his way back and won all of his money back on the slots.
There you go.
So, Pufta. With the wedding to come in a few months, huge help.
Skylar's got Kings, raises to 70K, and gets no action.
Blinds are now up to 15, 30, 30.
So a wake-up call for anybody who's got less than 300,000 in their stack.
We're now up to 698 subs, 2 away from 70,000, or from 700 subscribers.
15, 30, 30, 800 again.
Can you guys sit in next to the dealer here with us?
I will bet you $1 American dollar
You guys that are a little closer
that it gets over 700 tonight.
But at what time? So it's 9:03 p.m. I'll definitely take that bet. But by what time? I think we can get there before 9:30.
Well, this is going to be half hour in the past that they're watching this.
9:32.
So,
I'll give them 2 minutes to understand and then subscribe.
but we're on the same side of the bet, though, so the bet doesn't really work.
Well, then I'll be the over.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay.
Here's $1.
Then I'd be up $1 on the weekend.
There you go.
7 checks, 2 to the flop, heads up.
All right, we got a call and a check with Hillary and Linda. Flops ace high. Hillary hits her 5. I check that. Here comes the turn. Turn pops up a 3.
6 bets 50, 7 sold.
King or a 4 will give Linda Amarant the check box.
But a bet takes it down. Blind versus blind. It's a pretty standard operating procedure there of 2
Yes.
garbagey hands. First one to pop some more money and is going to scoop up the pot.
You know, I see a lot of these professions on here. A lot of people have to do with numbers and data. Linda or Hillary Lincourt, for example, is a data analyst.
Are you a data guy or a data guy? Data? You just
Probably
popped out data,
yeah.
so I'm more of a data guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well then speaking of a pronunciation debate, I did have lunch or breakfast or brunch with my uncle and aunt, as we do every time we come out here. Was up at Saginaw's again, and I said, Steve, I gotta know, Nevada or Nevada? And he plugged his ears when I said Nevada and said, please never say that again, or I will disown you
Nevada.
as my nephew and godson.
Okay. Nevada.
Yes, Nevada.
Nevada. Got it.
Edgar Leyva now also has pocket kings, raises to 70,000.
Is it Leva or Leva?
Leyva.
Okay. As long as we're going to play that game.
It's Wingardium Leviosa.
This dealer is going for Employee of the Month here. He is trying to make our day go faster. Putting out good hands here like King versus 8-7
Oh my
suited.
gosh.
We just have a look at this. Now the good news is for Clyde. And the bad news is for Edgar, Clyde got no piece of this. Do not bet. Do not bet. Okay, we got to check. Okay, a diamond under the turn. Now we're getting there. Now
You
we
also
might get
do
some.
not want to see a diamond on the river if you're Clyde. I mean, you do, but you definitely do not if you know what Edgar has.
Well, Clyde's going to be the one betting.
It's like 55,000, 60,000. Smooth call.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Card is 4.
Okay, so luckily for Clyde, he missed. I don't know if he's going to stab at this again or not. He's going to try to rep that he has the king. But guess what? Edgar's got the 2 other kings.
It's like 80,000. I'm going to see a shove here from Edgar.
Yeah, he's only got 230 behind. Or started this hand, I guess I should say, with 230. I don't know if it updates in real time
does,
as he
yes.
plays. Okay, so 230 left. And yeah, an all-in move. And a fold.
Folds hand over. 3 wins.
Quad, kings. Feels good. Now that one I just show. Like you got to show.
Yeah.
Like, hey, look what we just did. Hey, dealer, nice job. Look at that quad.
Not much of a read you can get on someone for having
No,
quad
like
kings.
yeah.
High hand of the weekend, though, I believe. I haven't
Yeah,
seen
I
a straight
haven't-
flush.
No, that's quad kings is going to be tough to beat for high hand of the night, and to flop it too. My goodness.
Oh, Skylar Sand, over $1 million in chips. As we know so far, that he's probably got the largest chip stack and the chip leader in the tournament.
1 under the gun. One folds.
And top prize here, 25 bands, 25 racks, 25 grand, whatever you want to call it. All ends up being the same. It's a lot of money. $250,000. Edgar Levon now 2 good hands in a row. Queen Jack suited.
8 folds.
John Ford here in the big blind. Maybe going to take a walk up with King 3, take that out for a stroll, see how it fits. And he will.
150.
Looked like a raise, right?
Was that a raise? Out of the big blind? John, you swashbuckling son of a gun.
Oh, beautiful. Let's see it.
King 3
3 folds.
popping it up to 150
Winner.
and doesn't get a call saying, hey, I'll teach you to pick on my big blind.
Someone give her a hug for me. So
Nice.
Yeah, love to see it.
Thank you.
I like aggression, push the action. Windbur Hotel in Pappy's Family Pub. You didn't get a
honestly, that was like 80% of my anxiety.
state
I was like,
on that, but I just pulled it up. Pennsylvania.
Hey, all right. What up, PA? Happy about their Eagles winning today. The Minnesota Vikings, if they win, will be heading there next week.
15, 30, 30.
Button 8, 9,
Maybe one of the biggest crushes of my life
15, 30.
of going to watch the Minnesota Vikings in 2019 at the Philadelphia Eagles, the NFC Championship game.
You were there.
It was brutal, man. I got to tell you. But I still got plenty of love for Pennsylvania. It's fine. I get it. I'm more of a Pittsburgh guy, I
Yeah.
think, than a Philadelphia guy.
I've never been to either.
I'm over there with the Yins in Pennsylvania, or in Pittsburgh.
Nine raises, 65.
Go to Pittsburgh, get yourself a Pomani sandwich, or Pomani Brothers sandwich.
Pomani Brothers, not
Yeah.
a Pastrami Brothers.
No, Pomani Brothers, they actually put French fries in all of their sandwiches.
Oh boy,
So it goes back to the olden days where they, had to eat real fast to get back to work.
they had heart attacks every other day.
And they actually have a salad there that you get French fries on. I'm just kidding. They don't.
Okay,
They
thank
don't.
God.
They don't. I was going to string you along there, but
Yeah.
no point in doing that.
Well, that trophy on the right there is what we're playing for tonight, along with that $25,000 cold hard cash.
1, 2.
Gave away the bar championship trophy on your left to Chris Nelson from Route 65 out of Oak Grove, Minnesota. Chris Nelson, longtime FPN player,
19 players remain.
been to many national championships, and poker veteran, not just Free Poker Network, but has competed at a lot of very high-level tournaments and done well.
Like, I had a really tall water bottle there.
7
It's probably gone. It was plastic. Where do you want us to go? Deborah, give me another cake. Yes.
Of our 7 players on the feature table, 3 of them, this is their first year attending nationals.
Ah,
2 calls, 6
Sounds like the league is growing.
Ace-7 suited versus King-Jack for Edgar and Skylar.
flop is
Flops King-9 ace. Edgar hits the ace. Pulls further ahead.
bets 50.
Yeah, no reason to not bet, so he bets 50,000 over to Skylar. Did hit his king, which, you know, always seems to go when you hit your king, there's always got to be an ace on the board.
I would say that 50K bet is a very good value to string Skylar along.
Skylar checks. Back over to Edgar.
There's a larger sizing now.
80,000. Skylar also with the draw of the straight. He's got a gutter
We are not redrawing. We are breaking.
to get to Broadway. And also, you know, a pair on the board. So he's got a pair and a draw. Let's see if he can cash in on the river. Brick.
2 checks.
And I'm guessing Edgar's going to give up here and just check.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to lose to King Queen in this situation.
Pair of kings. Pair of
Doesn't want to, you know, lose to Ace Queen in this situation.
3 wins. Hand over.
Free poker lesson on the river. If your hand is not all that strong,
On hold. Button is 1
And
check.
it's checked to you.
and you're thinking about betting after it's checked to you, think about
Just checking.
just checking.
Yes.
Because the only way you get called is if you're beat.
Yes,
Right?
exactly.
So think about that next time you're thinking, oh, I want to take one last stab at this. Really? Or do you
Yeah.
just want to take your hand, which is good, top pair, don't get me wrong.
It was already a very large pot
Yeah,
to begin with.
good enough to win. You got it.
But here's our next promotion, or current promotion right now, celebrating our 20th anniversary, is the Royal Court.
Is that what was asked?
I don't know, maybe you've heard of
You can see a bunch of our previous national champions. 2-time Joel Smith was on there.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Brian. The reason why I didn't eat any dinner tonight is I didn't want to stain my shirt.
Yeah,
That I had the world's largest grease drip on my shirt last night. And I was
it
very
was
self-conscious about it. So tonight I'm like, you know what? If I don't eat, I'm not going to get grease on my
can't
shirt.
get greasy. Yeah. Oh boy, look at the chip count here. We got 3 players tightly knotted, right around that 790,000. Linda Amarant is going to need to start making some moves. She's under that 10 big blind threshold with 185,000. Have you ever eaten at the Heart Attack Grill?
I have not. No, it's always down here in Fremont. It's one of those things that you see it and you're like, I wonder how many people are actually in there dining right now. They have the
Yeah.
big scale out front that if you weigh more than 350, you eat for free.
Yeah.
I've never actually seen anybody get on the scale. I'm assuming it's still open, but
I
don't
see
know.
a lot of people get on the scale, but they're always far below the threshold of 350. And for some reason, they're bummed. They're bummed that
Well-
they don't get their free dinner.
You know, if you go 3.5 bills and you get on and you're 341 and you're like, well, at some point in my life I weighed 350 maybe.
Yeah.
So I see the disappointment. You're about to get a free meal.
At that point, I'd put a couple rocks in my pocket and get the free meal.
You know, it'd be like if I walked up and they had a sign out front that said, ugly people eat free, and I went up and they're like, all right, come on in, you're ugly. Yeah, you know, I'd be like, all right, sweet.
Oh.
But if somebody said, no, you're not ugly enough, I'd be like, wait a minute, I think I just got robbed.
I,
You know what I mean? So Whatever. That
Yeah.
doesn't. That was maybe the world's worst story
No.
or comment. I don't know.
No, we've definitely said worse. Had 2 late nights of streaming. Folks, we are going to redraw. It sounds like we're down to potentially 2 tables. So we're going to redraw. When we come back, we will continue with the conclusion of our main event here in Vegas. We'll see you all very soon. All right, folks, and welcome back after a quick reshuffle. This is the first of many, apparently.
It's what we do, I guess.
Yeah, we love shuffling. We are you can call us, I don't know, something about dealers. There's a joke in there somewhere. We'll start round it off again, introducing our players. Seat 1 will be Michael Smith of Aurora, Illinois, playing out of Town Bar, 120K in chips. Seat 2, Hillary Lincourt, 580K. She stayed at the main table, moved seats. Same thing with John Ford in seat 3, 735K in chips. Seat 4, Eddie Torres. I think this is his first time on the table. Look at that chip stack, 1.535 million from Old Town Inn. Seat 5, Joe Mano. I think he also just moved seats, 795K in chips. And probably my favorite player out there right now, Suzanne Barcelo, 465,000 in chips. Seat 7 just moved spots, Linda Amarant. She's got 185,000 in chips. Seat 8, former national champion, could be back-to-back national championship or champion if this continues. Wendy Adamczyk DeAndrea. She has 195K in chips, has a lot of work to do if she wants to have a repeat. And rounding off our table will be James Green, playing out of the Big Apple in Kearney, Nebraska. Almost said New England.
1, 2, 3 is under the gun. 15, 30, 30.
So yeah, keep an eye on the stack of Eddie Torres in seat 4. It's hard to miss. It's rather large and tall right in front of him. He is acting now. He is folding.
Yeah, don't bump the table because that chip stack is falling down.
7 folds. 8 folds.
All right, so joked with Suzanne Barcelo the first time I accidentally made her fill out the form that if anything's different on here, we got something to talk about. But we've now forced Suzanne Barcelo to fill out 3 player profiles. So once we see what's going on with this all-in, if there is a call, we will go ahead and compare what Susan Barcelo has written down in all 3
It's
of
almost
her
like
player
you're
profiles.
trying to catch her in a lie or something like that.
Yeah, right.
Here, fill this out and see if there's any discrepancies.
Well, she joked with me the second time I had her fill that out, and she said, "This is my second time." I'm like, "Well, we just got to see if you changed anything." She said I was a few drinks deep on the cocktails, so I wouldn't be surprised if anything had changed. So we'll go ahead and see here. Suzanne is still retired. I think, yeah, so we've, in one profile, she added Evergreen Park. That must be her hometown. Evergreen Park, Illinois, playing at X's and O's. Still retired, still been playing poker for 20 years. Favorite hand is still not Pocket Kings. Favorite player is still Daniel Negreanu. Attended nationals for 3 years, and she still loves the Cadillac, eating at the Cadillac restaurant in the Golden Nugget here. So, Suzanne Barcelo, you pass. And here's an all-in from one-time national champion. See what I told you about her name so long. The letters are so small.
Yeah. Well, the ace queen is doing well up to the big blind. Jack 10. John Ford. About a quarter of his chips would cost him for the call. He decides to not do it, so Wendy will win.
Chip stacks up to 270,000. Chris, I'm about to refresh our YouTube page. It's 4 minutes past our betting time, and we're at 701 subscribers.
There we go. Well
so
done. Let's pump it up.
Congratulations, everybody.
Let's go for 750 in the next hour. What
yeah,
do you say?
let's get up to 750.
We know they said. All right, button 2, 3, 4.
So what started with 404 players, a record number, also shattering records on the online viewership. 141 of you watching now at home.
Sweet.
Wow. plus another few handfuls over on X.
Yeah, keep in mind these players started today at 10 a.m. local time here in Vegas. So it is, we're getting close to 12 hours worth of putting your brain into the poker
Yeah.
and whittling yourself from 400 players, 40 some odd tables, all the way down to now just 2 tables that are left.
Yeah.
Quite the accomplishment. Getting in the money, that's always exciting for people. And speaking of money, $25,000 tonight for first place.
Ooh, baby. Yeah, it never ceases to amaze me. Free Poker Network is all about the recreational poker player. And to come out here and battle for 4 days straight, if you've played all 6 qualifiers and the main event, that's 7 events lasting pretty much all day long. That's a lot of hours on the felts, and that's just recreational players. But then you think of poker pros who they'll go play cash games all night long, probably playing online too. The amount of poker some people play is just astonishing, but these players staying focused, perhaps the most focused, comes out on top here tonight.
6 folds. 7 folds.
Suzanne and Linda both fold. Wendy folds. James with King 10 suited in middle position. Blinds 15 and 30,000 with the 30,000 big blind.
9 raises to 60.
Maybe if you haven't played in a tournament lately or been watching tournament poker on TV or streams, the antes that every player used to have to put in have been eliminated, sort of. Now the big blind just puts in all the antes for the table instead of having to deal with the hassle of collecting them from all the players. So when you hear us talk about blinds are 15-30 with a 30K ante, that's what we mean, is that the big blind also has to put in 30,000 chips, and that would be the antes for the entire table to help speed things along in the tournament world.
Yes.
Both players sharing King 10.
9 calls, 2 to the
James, however, with the superior King 10 in that it is suited.
So we got a 3-bet and a call, so now 325 in the pot going to the flop,
3-2.
and it's 3-3 deuce. Just 1 heart.
9 checks.
So James with that slight lead because of the 1 heart on the flop still has the possibility to go runner.
I think we had talked about in that dinner on the first night or that you arrived, when we're dealing or playing and you come to the realization that I think we're playing the same hand. So we didn't get into that situation here, but it just reminded me both players having the same hand. So, all right, so heading on over to YouTube, Declan Turner was our 700th subscriber.
Awesome, thank you.
So arguably, slot hit newbie might be 700, but thank you to both of you guys. Janet Anderson, want to give you a shout out cheering for Linda. Angela Anderson, all the way in from the Louisville Poker Tour,
7 folds.
want to give you a shout out. I'll be going to see her. Maybe she'll make me some biscuits and gravy when I come visit in Louisville next week.
Oh, well, that's great information. Dana, our tournament director, just pointed out that there are 8 of the 18 players left are ladies.
Yes, I absolutely
love
love
it.
the
Let's go.
representation of that.
And one of them being the winner of this event last year.
Yes, in May.
Or the event, yes, I should say.
Yeah.
May.
Oh, there we are.
Okay, so here we go. 2
Oh, boy.
players to the flop. Suzanne flops a set of 3s.
Bottom set.
3 bets, 80.
John
Oh.
is betting.
You love to see chips in the middle when you have a very superior hand. All in for 355.
Hoping to catch him with a big hand. I wouldn't say he's got a big hand. It got a lot smaller with that bet. I'll guarantee you that. I don't know if it's a hand that he's going to want to commit
355.
275 of his 700,000. Between a quarter and a third of his chips he'd be calling off here. Little does he know they would be instantly put into the garbage disposal and chewing up and spit back out.
You calling Susanna garbage disposal?
No, the chips would be going right into. The chips would be toast. They're gone.
Okay.
Forget about them. Those, unless you earn them back, they're not coming back. Doesn't look like there's going to be a call.
Kind of be a badass nickname, though, if you were called the garbage disposal, where everyone's chips go to you and they stay there. They get chopped up and you'll never get them back. Going back over to our YouTube commenters, Sean Green said, thank you for the shout out. Well, now you get a second one. Kim Wolf showing some love to Mirion Massman. Love you, Mom. A few of our daughters are still up watching and waiting for you to get to the featured table.
Oh, cool. Well, hopefully she does.
We are hoping so. Marion, one of the 8 ladies left in the tournament. Praying Monty is aging himself to saying W silver spoon. So they understood the reference. Janet Anderson, here we are, face to face. Couple of silver spoons. Is that how it
There you
goes?
go. Yep, you got it.
3 folds. 4 folds.
Gaxiola 55. Shout out there. Shrek's in the chat. Unbelievable.
6 folds. 7 winner. Hand over.
Michael Brown. Big Daddy's FA08. I don't know what HCH stands for. Steve Helbig. See, Ange just says, what am I cooking for you next week, Brian? I told you.
There you go.
Last time I was down in Kentucky visiting, Ange made, it was so freaking good, meatloaf. It was melt in your mouth, juicy.
Any bourbon in it, or?
I don't know.
Okay.
Lots of love, though.
Okay, well, I love bourbon, so that, I mean, I get it. I feel the love.
Yeah. Some meatloaf, some biscuits. My only request, she said, well, what do you want for your vegetable? And I said, let's do Brussels sprouts. She said, I've never had Brussels sprouts, and she made them, and they were perfectly cooked, al dente. Also, this must be a Kentucky thing. I had a dinner biscuit, and then I had a dessert biscuit.
Oh.
So,
2:45 left.
The other
some
thing of the Lou there is you got to get yourself into a hot brown.
a hot brown?
I have
Oh!
deja vu that we talked about this before.
Is there
Kinda
gravy on it?
Yeah, it's kind of like an open-faced sandwich.
Yeah,
It's got
okay.
tomatoes on it.
Yep.
Chicken or turkey. I think chicken. Maybe I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
it's like the official meal. Like every city's got what they're known for.
Right.
Minneapolis, the Juicy Lucy, and
Yep.
so on and so forth.
Yeah, I do remember. That's all coming back to me. And I can only eat so much. And the thing when I visit Kentucky is I can basically have one meal a day. I had a burger that was the size of my face, and that wasn't even the largest burger on the menu. I was full for the rest of the day. So,
5 still raises.
yeah, looking forward to coming down and possibly playing in a league night down in Louisville. Definitely want to check out Chris Moneymaker's Moneymaker Card Club. Just opened up in Louisville, so Louisville, as they say. Joe Mano, Jack King suited.
7 folds, 8 folds.
There, seat 5 in the cutoff. Raises to 100,000, and looks like we get a bunch of folds around to him.
All right, button 7, 8, 9. 1 is under the gun. 15, 30, 30 with a minute left in the round.
So I got to come up with what I want for dinner next week. All right, we'll see.
If you raise, then you would have an option. And then I would also spank your wrist.
Every one of our players on the felt here has cashed. Currently cashed. They will be taking home some money in our main event. So first step is over in the main event is make it to the money. Second step, win 25,000 big ones.
folds, 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds, 5 folds.
Not much going on for action on this hand. Everything folded around.
7
And now we're up to the blinds. Wendy with 8-5 of clubs. She calls and a check from James.
flop is 3-8 deuce.
Deuce 3-8. Wendy making a pair of eights and bets
75.
almost instantly out of the small blind. James hit bottom pair, so he caught a part of it. But is it a big enough part to continue through the rest of the hand?
9 folds.
It is not.
Over, 8 is the blinds are up this hand, everyone. 20, 40, 40. Button 8, 9, 1. 2 is under the gun.
James Green and playing out of Big Apple Fun Center in Kearney, Nebraska. Get a chance to go to Nebraska. Go to the Big Apple. It's a good time. It's in the name, Fun Center. League nights run there looks like,
2
well,
folds.
heck, I'm not seeing it right now.
3 folds. No, wait. 3 folds. Yep. Just to get it scanned. 4 folds, 5 folds.
Oh, looks like Tuesdays and Sundays is when league nights happen over there at the Big Apple
6
Fun
raises,
Center.
120 announced.
Suzanne's got ace 10 of diamonds and is limping in.
8 folds. 9 folds.
Small blind folds after, no, I guess Suzanne was not limping in. She raised it to 120. My apologies. No action.
6 folds.
Some claps in the crowd, either from other tournaments running in the ballroom or perhaps a knockout.
That seemed pretty close clapping.
It was.
I'm thinking that maybe is an elimination from the main event here.
2, 3 is under the gun.
Also a shout out to Free Poker Network, 20 years
Holy cow.
in business now. Started, of course, with the Moneymaker fad, or the Moneymaker win, thinking that, oh, poker's just going to be a fad that stood the test of time. Kind of ebbs and flows. You know, the online Black Friday, I think, was one of those things that maybe pushed some people away from the game, that was their way to play. But Free Poker Network across the country is giving people
95.
ability to go play poker, and more importantly, a chance to play poker for free.
Yes.
With just their time invested, obviously, of going to hang out with other poker players.
7 folds.
Doesn't look like Ace King's getting any action thus far.
Yeah, and depending on, you probably have to win a lot, but there's ways that you qualify in your home bar. There's also ways to earn travel vouchers. We have scratch poker cards, where you scratch the best 7 hands or 7 cards and best hand that you get a royal flush. You get a $1,000 travel credit in an instant. Qualify for the main event. So theoretically, a player could free roll their way all the way to Vegas and win $25,000.
All right, so Ace King versus Ace 10 in this raised up pot, and
1 checks.
Mr. Ford has hit his king on the flop. He was already ahead, but now he's really ahead. A check and a bet and a call.
For 60.
Oh, it was an all-in from Michael, excuse me.
Go ahead and roll them.
So Michael is at risk here, and he is heavily dominated with 2 cards yet to come. Michael's tournament life is on the line. Michael's from Aurora, Illinois, retired. His favorite poker hand, the winning hand.
We've seen that a lot this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, a jack opens up some outs. Open ender, queen or 7
River.
All right, and here comes the river.
is a 10.
It's a 10. Not going to be enough, and that's going to do it for Michael Smith.
And right now, ace 10 is Michael Smith's least favorite hand.
At the moment, that's his least favorite hand.
However, 7-year veteran coming out to nationals. So Michael Smith, thank you to your dedication to the Free Poker Network. We really, really do appreciate it. It's players like Michael that keep this train chugging along.
Yeah. He got his pay card there from the tournament director. That's great. Here's your money. Go right over there. See the man. We'll get you hooked up with some dollars.
Well, in a lot of these states, you know, you might not have a casino nearby. And not only that, a casino nearby that plays poker, has a card room. It's illegal to gamble for money. So being able to play for something and coming out here to Vegas for a lot of these players is the most money they'd be playing for perhaps ever get a chance to. So I just love what the opportunities that the Free Poker Network gives to the average player.
All right, back to it. 9-10 of diamonds for our table chip leader here at the featured table.
4 raises, 100. 5 folds. 6 folds.
And Eddie makes it 100,000.
9 folds.
The big stack at the table makes a raise. Everyone takes notice. 2 reasons. 1, they're maybe deathly scared of them. And 2, they might also be thinking, how can I get some of those chips?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a two-way street sort of, but Eddie gets no action there. Just looking through Eddie's profile, his profession is he's an ice cream man. Now, I've been around long enough, and I know when I see a fake profession on a slip, I might just call it that that is not
no
a
way.
real thing.
I almost believe it. You know, ice cream men, they have to do their own accounting. He's definitely a numbers guy.
16.
But yeah, I could definitely see that he's lying, that he's an ice cream man. But hey, nothing wrong with that.
A good friend of mine in the poker world, when I first started in Heartland Poker Tour back in the day, on his profile said that he was a scrap metal dealer. And I didn't think of it very much. And one day I said something about it. It was years later, years later. I asked Andy about it, and I said something with metal, and he goes, "What are you talking about?" I go, "Aren't you a scrap metal dealer?" He goes, "Oh." He started shaking his head. He goes, "Yeah, I got you on that one."
The slow burn.
Yeah. Scrap metal dealer. Boy, fell for that hook, line, and sinker. And that ruined me. Now look at me. I'm a scarred human being that every time I see somebody, but I'll believe that you're an accountant. You're not making that up. I'll believe you're a data analyst. I'll believe, you do sales, but I don't know if I believe ice cream man.
Oh, former national champion Wendy Adamczyk, DeAndrea, all in, putting her tournament life on the line. Will we get a call?
It's 140 more thousand for Joe to make the call.
Wendy.
Joe Mano of Last Chance Saloon out in, I think it's Killdeer, North Dakota.
Hand over, 8 winner.
I'll know in 20 minutes.
Yeah, right.
No, actually, this might not be. We have a Last Chance Ranch, but do we have the Last Chance Saloon?
Button 3.
Let's just verify that real quick. Last Chance Saloon is Millington, Illinois. Joe's been playing poker for decades, he says. It's his 5th year coming to the Free Poker Network National Championships.
7 folds.
We're going to go ahead and refresh the page. 701 looks like 704.
There we go. Keep subscribing. Hit that little bell down at the under the stream there, depending on what device you're on.
Raises. 3 raises, 125. 4 folds.
John Ford and seat 3 makes it 125. King Queen
I think you're ahead of.
5 folds.
Maybe just a little
gets no action. from the blinds.
Shows king queen.
I don't believe it. I'm still
Updated look at who's got what at this feature table.
20, 40, 40. 15 remaining.
Eddie Torres sitting comfortably on top with 1.5. James Green, Linda Amarant, Hillary Lincourt, all are going to need to start making those moves, being at or below that 10 big blind threshold. Wendy just recently scooping up a pot after going all in and picking up some blinds and antes, now above that, but not comfortable, just at $500,000 in chips.
Hillary there in seat 2 from Rochester, New York. And if I was a betting man, which you know I am, very happy today about a Buffalo Bills win.
Ah, yes.
Rochester, not that far from Buffalo. An hour or so down to Highmark Stadium.
But did you really think that Buffalo was going to lose that game?
No, absolutely not. I took the Broncos and the points today. Didn't work out for me. I was very excited in the first 5 minutes of the game when they went right down the field and scored. But the rest of it, not so much. And Josh Allen is just a bad individual. My goodness.
Flop is 5 jack deuce.
5 jack deuce on the flop. No help to either player. We'll see some checks. Queen on the turn.
6 checks.
Suzanne checks.
3 checks. River is 6.
Ooh, Suzanne hits the 6 on the river. She's still going to check it over.
Show me where.
Looks like check, check. We'll flip him up, and Suzanne's scooping up a much-needed pot there.
Yeah, she went from losing it to winning it with that river. They were probably going to check it down no matter what, I'm guessing. Unless one of the players hit, and that's exactly what happened. Suzanne wins.
Go back on the opportunities that Free Poker Network opens up for our players. Co-champion of Wendy, John Mazur, he won a $10,000 poker prize package, rolled it into a World Series of Poker main event seat, made it through day 3, deep into day 3, was a few hundred players short of making the money. So kind of an incredible story there.
But heck, still quite the experience. You come back and keep playing, the hope grows, the positivity grows, and just the fun of being in that atmosphere.
He was sending message updates to a bunch of friends at home. They're all sweating with them, cheering him on. And he said if it wasn't for playing in Free Poker Network, there's no way in heck I would have ever made it to the World Series of Poker. Never would have dreamed of it. So and he walked in, he said, I immediately see Phil Hellmuth, take a picture with him. He's one of my favorites. And just such a cool experience. You've been to the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, yep, a couple of different times.
7 stones. Hand over 9 meter.
Here's some more cheering out there. I'm not exactly sure. It might be for a double up or a knockout. Looks like we're going to be removing a player. There's Tyler.
Are you going to even them out?
Yep, one of our tournament directors here at the Golden Nugget.
Yep. Button 6, 7, 9.
Always spends basically all day with us every day. Very on top of the game. So
Looks like Wendy's going to be leaving this table to head over to the other table to balance them out. So we were at 8, and we're going to drop down to 7. So I'm guessing 14 players remaining.
yeah.
There's what? Correct. Sorry, they're doing announcements.
Our second table should be within view of cameras, and we'll probably get a little check-in. We'll call it bonus coverage here of table 2.
Four raises, 100. 5 calls. 6 calls.
So we got a raise from our chip leader here at this feature table, It's 100,000. A call from Joe, a call from Suzanne. So 3 players will see this flop together. Eddie opening it up a little bit there. Early position with king 9 off.
4, 5, 6. Flop is deuce, ace, ace.
Flops ace, ace, deuce. Eddie's going to be first. This is where he places a continuation bet. There's 400,000 in the pot.
Joe Mano does pick up very strong flush draw. Seems to be 100,000 and a quick call from Joe.
6 calls.
If you want a free lesson with your chasing a flush draw, don't call so quick. It makes it very obvious that you're chasing something because you can't wait to get to the next card. So you call so quickly because you want that next card to come because you're waiting for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suzanne Barcelo picking up 3 pair.
4 checks, 5 checks, 6 checks. Show me one.
We'll see check, check, and Suzanne will expose her pocket pair
Pair. Aces
and
and
add 700,000 to her chip stack. Suzanne,
Suzanne was all in, and
was she all in?
yeah, she was all in. She had the all-in button. in
Oh,
front
and
of
they
her.
folded. Okay.
Yeah.
So, hey, you said it, not me, Suzanne. Our chip garbage disposal.
Down in there, keep your fingers away. And just like that, Suzanne is now pulled even with Eddie. How about
Wow.
that?
You love to see it.
I am guessing when she saw those aces hit the flop, she would not have thought that those 8s were going to hold up in any
Yeah.
way, shape, or form.
Looks like Skylar's still over there. And that's a table of 3 ladies, I believe. 4 ladies and just 2 gentlemen over on that table. I don't think we're down. We have 23 players. I want to say this clock is probably off. Let me refresh.
6 folds.
I'm going to say we're down to like 13 people.
7 moves all in.
14.
Yeah, when they took a player away from our table was to even things out, yeah. So both tables now with 7 players.
So Linda all in for 85,000.
9 folds.
I didn't see Edgar Leava over there, so we can assume that he has busted.
Linda's all in for her last 85,000. Ace 3 of diamonds. Hillary. Ooh, I don't know if you have 125,000. I don't know if I'm calling a raise here, but
Moves have to be made. Decisions have to be made, and this is what
I know,
champions are
right?
made of. At some point, you have to get lucky.
all right, so it's an all-in situation. Ace 3 is at risk, but ahead. Here comes the flop.
Flop is jack, 10, deuce.
Black
Oh.
cards. Linda loves seeing that.
Hillary just 5 outs to knock Linda Amarant out. 10 on the turn, still 5 outs, a 6 or a 7.
River is deuce.
And it's a deuce of hearts, so Linda Amarant will double up through Hillary Lincourt.
And I realize what Hillary's trying to do there already, wanting to try to eliminate a player. And it didn't seem like that much, but now you kind of just switch positions with the person you were trying to eliminate. And now you're the one who's going to have to get in maybe with a hand you're not crazy about.
Hillary Lincourt is that data analyst that we were talking about, not data. Playing out of McKinney's and the main place in Rochester, New York. Also plays in the Texas Hold'em League of Rochester.
She's a 5-time league champion
Whoa.
out there in Western New York. Good for her.
First time at Nationals, too, so great showing, making it on the live stream, and oh boy, our
Hey.
chip leader just got.
This is that's some serious business now. Part number 1, what's he going to do for a bet? Blinds are 20 and 40 with a 40,000 big blind. So you can see there's already 100K in the pot. I don't know if you'll see a full 3 times or not. Looks like 100K.
200K.
200K is the bet?
Maybe 175.
5 folds.
150, yeah. 75K each in the stack, but okay. So 150.
6 folds, 7 folds. 9 folds.
Doesn't look like he's going to get any action on him. Last chance for John Ford, 110 to call, and no.
I don't have aces.
Let's see if he shows aces. A lot of people tend to.
I'm a nice.
And he does.
They're so pretty. You got to show them off.
I think if you have aces, be consistent, because I mean, no one wants to get their aces cracked. That's a part of probably 95% of every bad beat story.
Yeah, but you know, the thing with that is that so many times when people have aces, they almost crack them themselves by not sizing their bet or knowing whether the timings of bet and reading the different people you're playing against. So don't get me wrong, aces are a great hand to have, but always remember it's just one pair.
5 under the gun.
So if you let somebody get to the flop or let them get to, if they call and then you let them get to the turn, you maybe try to get too cute, you bring somebody in. The cards are going to come as the cards are going to come, but something to keep in mind when you say, oh, I got my aces cracked. Well, did you let them get cracked?
Yeah, right.
Something to think about.
Joe Mano shoves all in for $365,000.
I also know that because I'm terrible at poker, so I will let people crack my aces left and
Yeah,
right.
of course.
Where I let 5-7 of diamonds get in, and they make a turn on the, or make a straight on the turn, or a flush on the turn, or something like that. Not all aces cracked stories are the same. You stick with me, Brian. I might teach you nothing.
Yep.
Okay?
Of course, yeah. I feel like I've learned quite a bit from you over the years.
Well, that's just in hair care products, which doesn't mean anything to you.
Yeah, not a dang thing.
No.
So, actually, I did, in preparation of this week, treated myself to a straight razor shave of the head.
Ooh.
Of course, hair grows back, so I've got that 4-day shadow coming in.
Any apprehension about that? The one time I had the regular hot shave
Yeah.
with the straight edge, I was nervous the whole time and I could not enjoy it.
Yeah, don't move. That blade is very sharp, and all it takes is one intrusive thought from your barber, and if they're a fan of horror movies, your life is potentially over.
Well,
It does cross my mind every time it happens. I probably get straight razored once a year.
they're working on your head, so it's not,
Well, the neck was straight razored.
Oh, that was all the way around.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. So you were just covered in shaving cream at that point.
Yeah.
Like you'd been dipped in it.
I looked like Santa Claus came out looking like
5 folds. All right,
me.
Fantastic. Look at this. We got some action here.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
All in a call from our chip leader, James Green, at risk. Absolutely dominated right now. He's going to want to see a lot of low cards.
Or 2P4.
All right, I got ace queen and ace 5.
KJ Money in the chat, cheering for James Green. That's 30 minutes in the past, what you're seeing.
Will he be happy a half an hour from now, or will he log off because that's who he was cheering
Ooh,
for?
4,
Oh,
king,
spikes
5.
a 5.
There we go. All of a sudden becomes the 91% favorite to win.
Turn is 10.
Sorry.
And on the turn, Horace has 3 outs, a queen or a jack for Broadway. And it's a 10 on the river. James Green will double up through. Who you want to double up from
Sure.
is the chip leader at the table.
Helps everybody else out.
So KJ Money will be happy 30 minutes from now.
Who says you can't predict the future?
Axiola also in Eddie's corner.
Button 4, 5, 6. 7 under the gun. 20, 40.
Shrek says, represent Tent City, Papa.
Okay.
I'd assume that her dad's playing in this. And then Gaxiola also saying enchiladas if Eddie makes the final table, asking that to Carol. So, yeah, why not? As long as you share with us.
Quiet over there.
Bee's Knees rooting for Fred. I don't think Fred's at the table anymore. We're not sure who is over at the second table, but we hope Fred is there so as not to burst any bubbles.
4 raises, 125.
We've gone past the 12-hour mark of this main event with
Yes.
a record number of players, over 400 people in the main event.
404. That is an error. 404 error not found. It's an internet thing.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
yes, the 404 error code, sure.
Subscriber count now up to 707 after a refresh of the page. That is 3 more of you. We are 293 people away. It feels like New Year's with the countdown here.
Flop is 967.
Well, Suzanne and Eddie are dueling
6 checks, 4 checks.
a button and a big blind battle.
We could even say dueling garbage disposals since these two are our chip leaders at the table.
Well, Suzanne's in a pretty good spot here. She's got a pair and a draw.
Not just that, a straight flush draw.
Well, we did see quad kings
Black
earlier.
King, Suzanne Barslow, will you be our high hand of the evening?
River is ace.
Oh, she makes the flush.
No, but the flush Eddie does as well. That's very important to note.
6 checks.
It is a flush with the 5. But it looks like Eddie's reaching for. I love that check from Suzanne, actually. If she feels confident in her hand,
Ugh.
which that check probably means she's not, but they're insta call,
Yeah.
taking another 100K from Eddie Torres. Great free Suzanne.
Well, her quick check, if I'm up against her, her quick check really made it look like she was giving up. Like, boy, I am really screwed. I don't know if she did that intentionally or if that's just how she actually felt. But it was a rather quick check from
Yeah.
her. And yeah, again, when you're playing poker, one of the most important things you can do if you want to try to, keep your opponent at bay is do the same thing in the same rhythm that you always do, right? Always take the same amount of time to make your bets. Do the same amount of times before you would check. I always like to do the same amount of time when I'm going to fold. I try to make it look as uniform as I can because I don't want to try to give away any information about what might be going on. I had mentioned earlier about if you're chasing a flush draw, don't check so quickly.
Yeah.
Slow it down, think about what you're going to do, and then give it a check. Again, I don't know. I'm just saying these things. It's all in there somewhere.
No, it's
little
very
bits of it
fair.
are dripping out, but just observation.
Yeah.
Not a what do you want to call it? A commentary on what she's doing or
Yeah.
telling her to do it differently. Just something I noticed. So.
And that is something we have noticed from a number of players, or even of all the live stream broadcasts I've done, either back in North Dakota and here at the Free Poker Network National Championship, is we definitely do notice when players take the same amount of time, the rhythm is the same. I can't call anyone off the top of my head from the league here, but I know we have addressed that in past broadcasts, and it's hard to get a read on that. However, Suzanne, in her defense, 20 years playing poker.
She knows what she's doing.
No spring chicken. It's what is it, like a reverse tell, if you will?
Yeah, and that's the other part of that is that sometimes you can use that to your advantage. If you do something out of the ordinary and you're going to try to reverse tell and make it look like something else.
Geez, Eddie potentially on tilt after just losing 300,000 in chips. Under the million threshold, wants to get over it very quickly, and he would if he wins this hand and back over that million chip threshold. Suzanne, I think at 1.7. So she's probably our chip leader in the tournament. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's where she's at, which is lovely. We had 8 of 18 players in the field were all females. It looks like we had some more gentlemen knocked out. We might be at half, if not more, ladies in this tournament than men, which is wonderful.
Great representation, great play.
if the poker app, Poker Bravo Live, is correct, we have 40 seconds until our next blind level.
6-4.
Blinds are at 20, 40, 40. I would assume they go to 25, 50, 50. And that assumption is immediately wrong. Next blind level is 30, 60, 60. It's kind of a big jump.
Yeah. Well, that clock is always ticking. It's always, over there making the things go. Otherwise, you'd have poker tournaments that would last for weeks if you didn't have the clock to keep the action moving, to try to get things to a fruition.
Well, maybe we're thankful this isn't the World Series of Poker that does last for a very long time.
Yeah.
Imagine commentating on that for however many, 2 weeks straight.
Yeah, multiple flights, and then days after that. It's a very long process to get to that main event finality.
Button 9, deuce, 3.
Ace of blinds are now up,
Fours of the gun.
popping it up, getting a little bit more expensive.
Got some more chatter over there on YouTube. Lone Wolf is cheering for the North Dakota players. Victor Urbieta cheering for Eddie. Charlotte Johnson says, "Go, Mom." Mirion Massman has a cheering section back home. Mirion must be on table 2. Victor Urbieta, Rick Trevino, shout out to my stepdad, Joe Mano. Ricky and Ross loves you, Dad.
All right, Joe. Getting a good look at Joe there at seat 5.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
Eddie just throwing his weight around at
You know
this
what?
moment.
At this point, let's just go straight bull in a china shop on this thing. Somebody wants to come get these chips, here they are. You can have all of them.
2 moves
Or all of yours is what you're going to be putting in. And he
It's
does
a call.
get looked up. Hillary, one of the shorter stacks at the table.
Whoa, okay.
Take that
Eddie's
back.
not all in.
Eddie is not all in. Seat 5,
Joe Mano's all in.
is the one who is all in. But Hillary is still at risk. I do know that because she stood up. So that's a dead giveaway.
All right, now we got the graphics right.
All right. So Hillary, King, Queen, Joe with Ace 5, and Hillary at risk.
9-8.
Flops 9, 3, 8. Ace 5 still ahead. Turns coming.
Turn is deuce.
It's a deuce.
Tournament life coming to just a crack in the door, and it is over. Hillary Lincourt eliminated.
Hand over. 5 winning.
Thanks for coming, Hillary.
Absolutely wonderful showing. First time at Nationals, gets down to the final 2 tables, cashes. You know where Hillary's going to be next year around this time?
Right here.
Right here. There's
Right here.
no doubt about it, and heck, she's probably going to bring some friends along.
I think we got the hooks in her.
Minutes ago, we probably talked about the hot brown. We got some more historical facts about the hot brown.
I think I know. See if I'm right.
Okay?
Does somebody claim they know where it comes from?
Yes.
I believe it was from like a chef or something at a hotel
Yes.
in like downtown Louisville.
What's the hotel called?
Well, it's either the Hot Hotel or the Brown Hotel because
Wow.
it was from one of those two.
The Brown Hotel.
The Brown Hotel.
Yep.
And I think the Hot is the HAUTE variety,
Oh.
not HOT. I might just be pulling that out of you know what.
Yeah.
But see, I wasn't filling you full. Like,
Okay, yeah.
I like I said, stick with me. I'll teach you nothing.
I did believe you.
Yeah, and it comes out in like a dish that's been in a broiler, like a.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the cheese is melted on top of it. Oh.
Of course there's cheese.
You got any room in that suitcase of yours when you head to Louisville? I would love to go back there and just go buy a bunch of bourbon and play poker for days on end.
Yeah, I'll probably have a little bit of bourbon down there.
I was invited last year, meeting somebody from the Louisville Poker Tour that invited me to come out during the Kentucky Derby for one of their events. It didn't work out with my schedule, but I said, keep me in mind, keep asking. One of these times I might just say yes.
Well, if a series of fortunate events happens, we very well might be at the Kentucky Derby in years to come. So we'll definitely make sure to extend the invite to you.
All right.
You've earned it.
I wouldn't say that.
John Ford all in for over $500,000 in chips. Suzanne, can she get away from it? Yes. See, that's 20 years experience right there. King, queen, I would have been like, heck yeah, let's dance.
No, not in that situation.
Got to assume
She's
a
got
high
those,
pocket pair.
Got those chips, not getting away.
Or an ace good kicker, and yeah. She can afford choosing when she gets in with a good hand. Maybe not pre-flop to that many $500,000 in chips, but calling off 100K, 250K, no problem. Because those players, their range of hands is a lot wider than it would be than someone with $500,000 in chips. They're definitely waiting for a time to have some premium hands.
Suzanne first. She folds. Linda is thinking about it. Thinks better. Folds ace 10.
9 folds.
The very short stack. I think ace 10 might have been good enough for me. But here's Eddie Torres.
He's going to cop one of these
just
times.
Doing his thing. He's all in for $935,000. Queen, Jack. Just under $600K for Joe.
Is that a call? No, it's a fold. Okay.
Not good enough to call.
You may notice those green chips on top of Eddie's stack. There was also $10,000 in mystery bounties given away today. Still bounties to be had. Let's see if we have posted any of our results for players who won mystery bounties. We'll get back to you soon on that. I think the highest one was $1,500, and that went out early in the day, which is great for that player, but kind of sucks when you have the rest of the field and the big one already went out.
Good friend of mine and poker player Matt Glantz won $1 million bounty in a poker tournament in the last couple of years.
No way.
And it was the same thing. You go up, you pick the envelope out of the big barrel. He opened it and kind of pulled it out at the same time. So he opened it and then pulled it out to reveal what it was.
No way.
$1 million. Yeah. I believe that was a WPT event. All right, Linda's all in for $120,000. James is all in for $230,000, or that was John. No, that was James. Now over to John.
James, John, Jim, and Jackie. That'd be nuts.
John here's got pocket aces. It's $230,000 to call. He does have a pocket pair. He's got just under $1 million in chips. So
opportunity to knock out two players.
Yeah, this is around a quarter of his chip stack. That's not awful, but you still have 3 players coming behind you with the button and 2 other blinds. So if somebody comes over the top, then what do you do?
Well,
that's the danger.
I'm going to shove my weight around Eddie Torres right behind him, who in the last 10 hands has gone all in pre-flop on 8 of them.
Now, something I might have considered there with pocket 8s is that I would have maybe just shoved to isolate,
right,
knowing that the players behind me, 2 very big stacks, are probably only calling with premium hands. But he decides to just call, no more action after that. So 2 players at risk. John is ahead with pocket 8s as far as the cards go, but a slight underdog to King 10.
If you're a data analyst.
Yeah, we're really splitting hairs between 36% and 37%. But hey, look at it this way. Linda got 1 live card. John's probably not going to set up, so his hand's probably not going to improve. So that's why you would have the advantage to King 10, because you have 2 live cards that are both overs to the pair that's already out there.
And I wasn't seeing the other hands that were folded, but potentially an ace was in another player's hand.
An 8.
An 8, yes. Yes.
So hypothetically, you could say John Ford in the lead is drawing dead.
Yeah.
Hypothetically. All right, let's see what the flop is. It's 4, Jack, 7. And there's Linda hits her Jack. So she takes the lead now.
There is only 1 8 in the deck left for John. It's an ace on the turn.
Flush draw also now for Linda.
River is 9.
River's a 9, and Linda's going to triple up.
Eliminates James Green and doubles up through John Ford. So just less than a triple up. But, folks, we are 1 player closer to a final table at the main event for the Free Poker Network's Dash for Cash. Here we have some payouts right now. I just found them online. Right now, players will be awarded $1,000 for their efforts here today. Places 9th through 18. We ladder up there. Next big pay jump is 4th place to $5,000. 8.1K for third, 15 grand for second place, and our top prize here today, $25,000, trophy, and a spot in the very prestigious national champion ring.
Well, obviously they've all got their eyes on the top prize, because if you don't, why are you even playing?
Right.
But notable that the final table gets to 9. The first person who gets knocked off at the final table gets $1,000, but then 8th place moves up to $1,750.
Yeah.
So very important. That is a rather big pay jump of going up the ladder up to $1,750, because then after that, $3 more $100 gets you into 7, you know, and then $500. So it really does jump. But the big one you want to get is you want to get into that top 8 to guarantee yourself even more money. And I don't know if the players know these amounts. If they've got them, a lot of tournaments, will have payouts listed, and I take a screenshot or a picture of it, so I always know where I'm at as far as what's going on. Now, some people would say you should never let that affect how you play, but the reality is it does.
It 100% does.
Eddie Torres with 10-6 of clubs. Got to give Eddie, it's not because of lack of effort. He has been pushing the action here at the table when he has an opportunity to do so. Maybe picking up that he's maybe thinks he has weak players that are playing behind him, but he also knows that Suzanne does have a lot of chips. And so maybe he's going to try to get some of those back, and he knows that every raise there's a possibility the other big stack is going to be playing along with you.
And weak is definitely not a word I would use to describe Suzanne Barcelo. Proven to be an absolute force on the felt today. So pocket 6 is taking away one of Eddie's outs. Deuce, 3, 7, 2 hearts. Suzanne in the lead.
She checks. Over to Eddie. He checks. River's an ace.
Scary ace for Suzanne.
Really surprised Eddie didn't fire out a bet there.
Yeah, with how aggressive he's been playing.
Well, and he's giving her credit is what he's doing, or maybe waiting to set a trap here.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a raise, but yeah, he's just going to fold.
Really surprised that he didn't try to take a go at it there on the turn when the ace hit. That's a perfect spot to represent that you just hit your ace. He didn't take advantage of that.
I would venture to say that Suzanne Barcelo has eclipsed the 2 million in chips mark. I think there's a third stack of grays hiding behind. Oh, well.
Not yet.
I'm wrong.
She's eclipsed 1.5 million. Does that help?
She was up to 1.7 earlier, but nonetheless, chip leader at the table, potential chip leader in the tournament.
Brian, I hate to break it to you. You're not a computer.
I am not.
This is the first time you may have been told that in your life. But you're not a computer.
It's definitely the first time, yeah.
Four moves all in. 5 full. 6 full. 7 full.
20 minutes from now. You gotta wait.
See you later on TV. He goes, oh, he has something.
You said it earlier, Brian. One of these times. One of these times.
I think you like me.
And then we'll see some fireworks.
But maybe on the flip side of that, going all in so often, they think, well, he can't have it. I have a strong hand, but it's mediocre compared to what Eddie might have. But YouTube chat blowing up here. Eddie, the ice cream man, is got a huge fan base going on in the chat. So Giovanni says that's my dad. Eric Guajano, my friend, and is an ice cream man. You're wrong. Your words.
Still be code for something else. Just because somebody,
Aaron Ross confirming he is the ice cream man.
the ice cream,
The.
not a ice cream.
Yes. The. So, okay. This is a lot of credibility now.
People say Chris Hanson, big-eared dumb guy.
Yeah.
I'm the big-eared dumb guy.
Triggers all in.
Not a.
4-4.
Yeah, Aaron Ross, respect.
Just saying, it seems a little saucy.
Yeah. Whoa. That is some millennial language coming out of you now.
Oh, my. I've got to.
Yeah, you do.
I know it's him.
He is with it.
This is the fourth time he's had checks. Every time he goes all in, he has checks. Hey, call the
Gabriel Rodriguez in there. FPN Rocks from SATX, San Antonio, Texas, HCH League. So, yeah, we've had some new representation this year from players in Texas. So we want to thank them for coming into the Free Poker Network family, and that's truly what it is. It's more than just a network.
3 folds. 4 folds. 5 checks. Heads up. Flop is king 7-8.
Oh, Joe Mano, nice.
5 moves all in. 6 full, 10 over, 5 win.
So I just received a message. You are muted. Or but
Oh, Lord.
you are muted.
I've been muted this whole time.
Unbelievable.
Everyone got their wish.
Yeah. Well, I just got a message that
Oh, just a little bit.
we
okay,
we
sorry.
are either you or I are about to be smacked for pronouncing Louisville wrong. Louisville.
Yeah.
Louisville.
Louisville?
It's not E.
Oh.
Louisville.
Louisville.
And with that southern drawl, it's Lurville.
Well, then how do they feel about just calling it the Lou?
That's another name for a toilet, so probably not. Be a euphemism for that is a good word.
4 folds, 5 moves all in. 6 folds.
I'm going to go back to being muted again if I have a keep flapping my gums around.
Joe Mano all in, big slick, unsuited John Ford with a decision to make here. Be about 75% of his stack if he should call. We're probably 1 or 2 players away from the bubble or from the final table. We're not hand for hand. I would assume we go hand for hand when we are on the bubble for the final table. Blinds are at 30, 60, 60, so Joe Mano is just above that 10 big blind threshold.
He's really giving this one a thought.
Which, hey, I'd rather you give it a thought than not at all.
Decides not to
Plus
make the call.
Yeah, there isn't There is a clock in poker for people taking a long time, but that was by no means a long time. Sometimes it's good to just consider where we're at in the hand, what the player's actions were, and obviously an all-in. How did he go all in? And just make sure you're reading the situation correctly. So.
What?
132 people watching on YouTube right now. If you have not yet, please subscribe. We're currently at 707. Little refresh of the page, 708.
You too can make an FPN employee's day by subscribing to the Free Poker Network YouTube channel.
Trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark.
The subscribe buttons are standing by now. Just click them.
And free. So a call and a check from Linda in the big blind, and 3-5-4 on the flop. Suzanne will pair her fours.
Check, check.
We'll see a check, check, and an 8 on the turn will give Suzanne 2 pair and the check mark.
6 bet 67.
She
So-
bets and Linda wants nothing to do with it. So that hand going to Suzanne Barcelo.
Linda playing out of Old Rascals in Derby City Pizza in Kentucky. How about we just avoid it all together?
Hanging out.
Is this the farthest ever been?
Huh?
Is this the farthest ever made it nationally?
I've never played. This is my first time.
Button 673. 4 is under the gun.
Good for you.
30,
It's
66.
mine like 23rd. No, it's not. Good for you. It's awesome.
Four folds. Five folds. 6 folds. 7 moves all in.
Linda's got pocket tens and is all in.
Good luck, Linda. See, as soon as I said you've been quiet, to me, bam.
John Ford in seat 3. He's had a lot of decisions being put to him by these other players. This one's for 180,000 to call,
3 and 7.
so less than a third of his stack. It's just an uncomfortable position. We've talked about that a lot last night and on other broadcasts, that when you're the short stack, this is the exact reason why you just don't bleed off chips. You have to keep that stack where somebody has to think long and hard before making a call. And once again, John decides to fold. So an all in, but no call. Linda gets the button for her efforts.
Button 7, 3, 4. 5 under the gun. 30, 60, 60 with 6 minutes left. 6:30.
Derby City Pizza looks like all 3 locations in Louisville, Kentucky. Actually, there's Fairdale and 2 locations in Louisville that have
6 folds.
tournaments. On the in Fairdale, you can find tournaments Sundays at 1 p.m. At the Greenwood Road location in Louisville, find those playing on Mondays at 2 p.m. And then on Dixie Highway, January 5th, or Wednesdays, they play at 1 p.m. So if you want to get down there and play some poker, that's your
Middle of
information.
the day poker. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
must be waiting on the other no, we're waiting on a decision. My bad. They're right over here on the left, Chris. Just look at the screen in front of you.
So Eddie will fold.
This time it was John who was putting another player on a decision. After he's had a couple of them he's had to make from these other players.
Button 3, 4, 5, 6 under the gun. 36 and 60.
We do have a promotion running right now. The current promotion is Royal Court in celebration of FPN's 20th anniversary. Added season championship events, and the grand prize of that promotion, the overall winner of this Regal Championship, will win a World Poker Tour $5,000 passport. That passport's good for any WPT event in the 2025 year, up to $5,000. That championship tournament will be held online at playfpn.online. Ooh, all in, all in.
All in and
And Eddie Torres gets caught.
So Eddie Torres pushing the action all day, and we had said one of these times someone's going to finally see what he's been up to. King 4 suited versus King Queen.
Eddie Torres is at risk. Joe Mano with the larger chip stack, 63% favorite to win. Eddie's going to want to see a ton of diamonds.
All right, here comes the flop, and Eddie is at risk. Flop is ace 5-4.
Oh,
Look at that.
boy.
King 4 pulls ahead.
88% favorite. One queen has been used up in the hands. Ace on the turn. 5 outs for Joe Mano. Big cheering section for him in the chat. The king on the river
Look at that.
will eliminate Eddie Torres. I want to say in 11th place because we're not hand for hand. And we probably will be after this. Just going to make sure the chips are correct, but wow.
Yeah, that pairing of the board with the ace there really changed the dynamic of the hand.
Going back at our stats sheet and our research team, that is the second 2-outer Joe Mano has hit to eliminate a player.
Oh, my goodness. Well, it's better to be lucky than good sometimes, and in this case, it looks like that's exactly what it was. And that will do it. The man who came to this featured table with over 1.5 million in chips has been eliminated before getting to the final table.
Wow.
How about that?
The claps from the competitors is a congratulatory one.
Yep.
A thanks for getting us that much closer
Well,
to the $25,000 first place prize.
and now there's a new problem at the table, and his name is Joe Mano.
2 in the flip. 30-60, 10 players.
Going back to our current promotion, the Regal Championship, once again WPT 5 Grand Passport up for grabs. Event will be held online at playfpn.online Sunday, February 16th at noon. Players who earned a seat in the event will be the top 15% of players from all leaderboards across the entire league.
So if I'm playing at a location, as long as I'm in the top 15% of the promotion of while that's been running, if I'm in the top 15%, I get a code and I get to come and play. Free
Yes,
roll.
you'll get a code sent or ticket sent to your freepokernetwork.com inbox soon.
Okay.
And yeah, you could win a very nice prize.
Is he assuming the button? Or over there?
This year we have introduced a nice little partnership with the WPT, and I want to say that all came from that interview when Matt Savage dropped in on us randomly.
Last year, yeah.
Yep. It's possible. There's been rumors he'll drop in today, but the time is ticking on that, and I'm pretty sure Matt's a busy guy, so understand if he doesn't make it, but we'd love to see him out here. Shout out to you and your crew for putting some money into the Free Poker Network. It's awesome. It's be able to be recognized by such a prestigious tour. Yeah, so hopefully in the future we get some WPT players out here dropping in on the live stream and get to do some interviews with them. I'm going to say it for, I think, the third year in a row, Brad Owens, I want you here. I watch his YouTube videos, his poker vlogs, really enjoy his content. And I believe he just won a big event.
He's a good player. And he's aggressive. He's very strategically aggressive.
He's aggressive. I would say he's more aggressive.
What do you mean?
Is there something more than that?
See where he's at.
He's very strategically aggressive. He's a very good player.
Buttons 4, 5, 6, 7 under the gun.
Does it show the wins here? I'm on the Hendon mob.
Yeah, over here.
30, 66,
It doesn't, or is that just tournaments that are, oh, that's just tournaments that are going on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
48 next hand.
Or tournaments that he is currently playing in. Well, anyway, we're back to the poker.
Yep. My apologies, Brad. That probably screwed it there. You're not coming.
8 raises. 155.
Ace 9 for Wendy.
7 fold.
She raises to 155.
5 folds. 6 folds. Hand over. 8 winners.
Foldy.
Blinds are up 10 players. Button 5, 6, 7. 8 under the gun. 48.
Well, we're getting close. 5 players at this table. There is a
Okay, but continue. We're getting close.
getting close. Yeah, 5 players here at this table.
I believe 5 at the other.
Yeah, that would make sense because we haven't gotten to the final table yet.
Yeah, could be 6, but I believe it's 5.
I think it is 5.
So 10
It's getting
players
late.
remain.
I got to tell you, like, I got to rethink this coming in on Thursday a bit.
Yeah.
Gets to be a long, long week,
8 folds.
and I'm not even really working. I'm just hanging with
We're
you for
just
a couple hours.
Chatting. And we got poker on the screen, live poker. So the tournament Brad Owens won was a horse championship.
Okay.
What's horse?
Card game: Hold'em, Omaha, Raz, 7 or Deuce, and E is. Oh God. Euchre? No, I don't. I can't think of what the last one is. 8 or better. So Hold'em, Omaha, Raz, 7 card stud, and
High
8
low?
or better.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Raise 160.
I think.
6. 7 folds. Hand over. 6 winners.
We've just been offered food. I don't know if you
Oh, I'm gonna get some on my shirt. I
I
don't know if
know,
I want any
and
food
it's-
coming this way. That looks really good. I got to be honest with you.
buffalo chicken nachos.
Oh my God!
Button 6,
What are you
7, 8
doing in here, Brian?
under the gun. 40, 88.
Well, being fed by best crew in the land. Again, there is our current promotion, Royal Court, celebrating FPN's 20th anniversary. We could not be here without you. Against all odds, the haters said we couldn't do it.
I'm a Steelers fan.
I don't know if I can get this microphone close enough to that to get the smell to come through because
Oh,
those
man.
smell outstanding. All right, so you go first. I'll talk. You have yourself a mute button for a moment. So here's what's going on. John Ford, Queen 9 of clubs.
3 folds.
I raise.
Plays at Windber Hotel and Pappy's Pub.
320.
He folds. Joe raises to 320. Yeah, as you can see, blinds are at 40 and 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind Annie.
8 folds. Hand over. 5 winners.
Very expensive to play.
Yeah, for sure.
200,000
Trying to get my chips back, Wendy.
I get it. You're starting. You got 'em.
All right, how was the first bite?
Button 673.
I might not be able to share.
That looks really good. There's a lot of queso on there.
Yeah.
That looks really good. Okay, my turn.
4088. Button 7. 783, 4880, 500 to go. Was I muted?
Yeah. Yeah.
5 folds. 6
Yep.
phases.
Yep, that's legit. That's
It hits the spot.
that there is.
Oh boy, Susan Barslow, pocket tens will raise to 240,000. Probably no callers though.
Nope, gonna get wasted.
Folds, hand over, 6 win.
But not being in the blinds and antes, she just scooped 200K from her
Right.
fellow competitors.
Yeah,
That
how
is
about that?
so big
6 under the gun.
for someone with the large chip stack. More crippling to them than it is to her. So dare I say right now, our favorite to win, Suzanne.
She's playing well. She's got a nice stack of chips in front of her. She's got 20 years of poker playing experience. And $25,000 is up top here tonight.
Wendy, we should get these kind
Second
of
place is $15,000.
6 folds.
On to our next hand. And folds coming around.
8 folds. 3 folds, hand over, 5 win.
I was shoving.
She's a king.
I was shoving.
No action on that one.
Button 356, 7 under the gun.
We might have just had someone sit down in seat 9.
Number 40?
No, it's still going. 4088, 7 under the gun. 7 folds.
Oh! Wendy is back, and she's still fighting. Sat in the 8th seat before and is back in it now. One-time national champion attempting a first ever back-to-back national titles. That would be incredible. We do have an all-in here from John Ford and a bunch of folds, so John Ford will scoop up 200K in chips. And I'm going to venture to say we have 50% or more of the field are ladies, which I love right now. Love to see back-to-back ladies winning national champion, and maybe a new one.
Players all in.
But that's definitely a great representation
Button 5,
of our
8 under the gun.
poker community here at the Free Poker Network. 10 players, what was once 404 players. These 10 are outlasting the entire field, searching for many of them a first final table here at the National Championship. And for sure one of them, back-to-back final tables at the FPN National Champion. Linda Amarant all in, perhaps pre-flop. Might have been in the big blind, yep.
Yep, she is in the big blind.
And not looking good for her. I'm pretty sure John Ford's going to be calling or going all in behind her.
If I was him, I would get all the chips in here. I don't want to mess around.
3 raises, 210.
But he is
It's
just
a
gonna-
raise to 250.
He's just going to call the big blind.
Oh, okay. It's a raise to 210. And
Oh, he
that
did raise,
allows
okay.
that's going to allow Suzanne Barslow to potentially
Oh, wow.
go all in. That's the last thing you want to see is someone to go all in behind you.
210.
But if Suzanne calls here and we end up getting an all-in situation between her and John, Linda or Suzanne could knock out 2 players.
Teacher,
So Suzanne does have both Linda, obviously, and John covered.
heads up on the side pot. Ready for the flop?
So Suzanne's got the tens,
Up on the side. Flop is
and the
9,
flop is
6.
4, 6, 9. Suzanne's first. She will check.
Check 1, check 2.
Ace Jack of diamonds with 2 diamonds on the flop becomes a flush on the turn. He's got the nut flush now. He announces all in.
6 fold.
And Suzanne folds, and Linda is,
Yes, sir.
Thank goodness she didn't go all in.
yeah, right?
Here's enough flush.
Linda's drawn dead, and that will do it
Thanks for playing.
for Linda.
Folks, I think
I think we might be
that
at
is
the final
our
table.
that is our 10th player to be eliminated. We got some high fives around in support of Linda, and I think we're going to take a short break because we are final table. When we come back, one of the 9 players sitting at the table will be a national champion. We'll see you all very soon. Welcome back to the main event for the Free Poker Network's Desert Dash for Cash. Congratulations, everybody. Let's hear it out there. What started with 404 players, our largest field ever, we are now down to our final 9. We have representation from, I believe, 5 states on the table, and we have girl power. We got 5 ladies and 4 guys, so I love to see this. We have a lady going after a back-to-back, first ever would be back-to-back. Not to jinx it, we're not doing that, but national champion, Wendy across from me. But to my left, we have Sue Liskunis from Aurora, Illinois. What competitor out here are you most watching out for, or would you like to bust out the most?
Joe Mano. Yes, 100% Joe.
Joe, you got a target on your back.
He knows that.
Any shout outs real quick to your people back in Aurora?
I made it to the final table.
Yeah. And to my right, we have Elizabeth Walker. First time on the final table?
Yes.
And how many years have you been coming to the national championship here?
About 5.
5 years, and about time you made it. So is there any one of these players you would like to knock out the most?
Oh, it's not that way.
Okay, it's not that way. So we can safely assume it's Joe Mano.
The one that won.
25K up top. If you won $25,000 tonight, what would you do with the money?
No, I donate some of it, a lot of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. We will look forward to holding you to that when you win here tonight. Any shout-outs to your friends back at Don's Corner Bar?
Well, a lot of them are here. Miss Becca and Jerry came in. He drives truck.
Yeah.
I couldn't do this without them.
Awesome.
They're the best group of people to play cards with.
it's your family at
Yeah.
this point.
Oh, for sure.
So,
For
well,
sure.
without further ado, good luck to all players on our final table. Only one will be victorious today. All right, it's time to bring our dealer back in the box and shuffle up and deal.
That's not true. We're all victorious. Victorious. I'm
You gotta drop the buttons.
agreed.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
More luck to me.
I was gonna say everybody.
Because I think Eddie, the best Eddie guy, he should.
Really?
I think so. Like in a game like this, to me.
Has he completed the concert?
I never played with him.
He has played
It's a lively crowd.
a couple times. Not just a couple times. We played with him.
All right, I see you've done an absolute number on the nachos, which is totally fine.
He came in as a water.
All right, let's get our players in order here. We have Sue in seat 1, Skylar Sand, he's around here somewhere in seat 2. We're gonna get chip counts coming real quick.
Which person to know, Sue?
Oh, you're Sue too?
I'm Sue too. Come on. Okay. You're Sue 2, you're Sue 1. Sue 1, Sue 2.
All right, from Aurora, Illinois, playing at the town, Sue Liskunis with 405,000 in chips. Seat 2, Skylar Sand, playing out of the Can-Do Bar in Can-Do, North Dakota, 1.49 million. Seat 3, the garbage disposal, Sue Barcelo, 1.4 million in chips. Seat 4, Fred Morales, he's going to have 1.305 in chips. Seat 5, Wendy Adamczyk, DeAndrea, 705,000, looking to become a two-time national champion tonight. And we've seen a lot in the chat of this person in seat 6, Mirion Massman, playing out of Billy's Corner Bar, Burgess. Weird 1.105.
Wouldn't be an FPN final table unless they were represented, right?
Yeah, so 1,105,000 in chips. Seat 7, the villain. We found a villain character.
Do we have
on
a
the
heel?
table. No. Oh, a who?
A heel?
A heel.
A heel, like a person you root against, like in
Oh.
WWE wrestling?
Gotcha. Well, his name is Joe Mano here today, or as some at home like to call him, the Blonde Paisano, which is just friend in Italian. He's got 1.9 million in chips. John Ford, seat 8. 1,185,000. Rounding off our table, she's a sweetheart, I just learned by interviewing her. Elizabeth Walker of Dundas, Minnesota. Also a weird Don's Corner Bar. We mentioned that bar a lot. 960,000 in chips.
All right, we better get going. We've got huge hands starting right off at this final table. And keep in mind, the person who leaves in 9th gets $1,000. The person who leaves in 8th gets $1,750. So a $750 bump going from 9th to 8th. And we're right after it here with Ace, King, and 2 pocket pairs.
Raise. 580. 3 folds.
Fred Morales over there? Here it is. Fred Morales. Got a 3-bet from Skylar Sand to 500,000. Things are heating up very quickly after a raise from Mirion Massman.
500.
We're going to get that name fixed pretty quick here after this hand.
500 total. Six folds.
now it's up to Sue Liskunis. I think our short stack at the table.
Just 245,000. If she wants to call the raise, she would be all in.
Good luck, Owen.
And she's got pocket eights versus ace king suited.
She doubles up here. Her dream of knocking out Joe Mano stays alive. If she gets sent packing on this hand,
We got ace king versus ace.
she will still have that opportunity. Well, she won't have that opportunity if she gets knocked out, but 62% favorite to win the hand against strong ace king Skylar Sand. No stranger to final tables.
How about
Oh,
that flop?
Boy.
Are you kidding me?
That's a lot of equity for Skylar. And
Like-
9, 2-outer, third 2-outer of the day. And a 4 on the river will eliminate Sue
Oh, she
Liskunis.
just sat down. She got one hand?
Yeah,
Man.
one hand. 6 years playing poker. Favorite player is Wendy. Adamczyk, DeAndrea. Poker achievements is right here, making it to the final table. She's been attending nationals. This is her 5th year. And,
And she's got good taste because she says her favorite Vegas restaurant is Pizza Rock.
yeah,
So good.
I haven't been yet, but I know there's only so
What?
many places that you can eat in a day.
It's like 3 blocks away. Okay.
But yeah,
Now I'm starting to feel bad you left me alone here with the plate of nachos, and I ate almost all of them. Even
No,
though I've been
it's-
to Pizza Rock. I mean, just
maybe I have in past years, but you never know.
well, you'd know
Yeah, okay.
if you've been to
421.
Pizza Rock.
But with that win of the hand, Skylar
Wow.
Sand now sitting in first place, 2,255,000 in chips.
And Brian, take a look at those blinds. I mean, those are jumbo blinds, if I've ever seen them.
40, 80, 80.
So it's expensive to play poker here at the final table, but now that jump up in pay goes up to $1,750 for the next person eliminated. $25,000 is the first place prize, $15,000 for second. And we're back in. I went out and gave a fist bump to the dealer. I said, you are pitching some action here tonight. And he picked up right where he left off of the first hand of the final table.
Look, Skylar Sand, same hand, different suits.
Skylar this time with the ace-king offsuit makes it 80,000 to go. Suzanne folds. Actions on Fred. Queen deuce. That gets folded. And looks like we're going to get a call from Wendy with ace jack.
Crowd razzing Wendy.
And maybe she's not going to call with ace jack. Sure looked like she was grabbing chips to call, but decides not to. Now over to
Mirion Massman. We'll get that fixed next hand.
I think Manon looks nice too, though.
Yeah.
Fold, so it looks like there'll be no action for Skylar's ace-king this time around. Ace-jack, a hand that I would feel comfortable raising with. Not a hand I'd feel comfortable calling with. And that's
Right.
exactly what Suzanne had figured with her fold. Skylar Sand plays at the Can Do Bar. And that is Can Do, North Dakota. Not Can Do. Can Do, North Dakota is where seat 1 Skylar Sand plays out of. He is our current chip leader, about a $500,000 chip lead over Joe Mano. Actions on John, he folds. Now to Elizabeth. Elizabeth from Dundas, Minnesota, plays at Don's Corner Bar. She's a tennis coach.
Really?
Yeah. Now, I know you like the Frisbee golfing. That's
Yes.
your bit. I've not gotten into tennis. I played some pickleball.
Yeah,
Done some pickling, but
similar.
not much with the tennis.
Tennis, I've tried playing before, and I end up just hitting home runs out of the tennis court.
7 check, heads up to the flop.
And Elizabeth over there in seat 9 has cashed twice in WSOP
Whoa.
events. So good for her.
6, 10 jack.
And here's our latest flop between Mirion and Joe. Joe hits top pair. Marion's got an ace and a chip grabbing disposition. She wants to bet 80,000. Joe's not going anywhere with top pair.
Insta call.
And now the turn is a 4 of hearts. Let's see if this slows the players down. Joe
Or potentially speeds Marion up.
Joe does a quick hard check. I noticed that Marion didn't.
6 checks, 7 checks.
Very
And-
quick check.
Yeah, quick checks there. And now an ace of hearts on the river. That would put the flush out there, but that gives Marion the lead. And now it'll be interesting if he wants to stab at this. And neither one of them has a heart. Here comes the big bat, trying to scare her out. Marion says, I got your scare right here, buddy.
She doesn't seem phased one bit.
No, not at all. She makes the call, and she's going to be right. Yeah, and now he has to sheepishly show that, yeah, I was just taking a stab. And she's like, take that.
Say it ain't so, Joe. Of course, Joe being the quote-unquote villain is
Yeah,
all in good fun, but you got to build your story and your characters. Am I
that's
right?
True. Yeah, he's going to be our heel. No one likes him. He's the underdog. He's the man lurking in the shadows. Of course, none of these things are true. I'm sure Joe is a wonderful human being.
Yeah, everyone, he seems to be kind of a fan favorite with the other players at the table. Seems to know all of them. They're all joking with him. So, Joe, you definitely have some really good energy, and we love that. So, want to welcome some more people to the chat. Aaron Ross, Steve Summers, Amanda Mano, assumingly
Relation
relative.
to Joe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Richard. Ooh.
Hold on. Shout outs in a moment. Elizabeth's got ace queen. She got just under $1 million in chips. Now your standard 3 times raise obviously here would be 240,000. So keep that in mind. That's your standard poker raise to open up the action is 3 times the betting, or 3 times the big blind, I should say. And she bets to 250, right in line. Of course, with that blind and the big blind ante mixed in.
4 folds, 5 folds.
So that means every time you're in the big blind, it costs you 160,000 chips, 200,000 chips in orbit. And if you've got less than $500,000 in your stack, you do the math. Doesn't leave a whole lot of time for
9 winner.
sitting around and waiting. So far, there's been no action, and so Elizabeth will pick up the hand. Can't say I know where Dundas, Minnesota is, but Elizabeth maybe has the best penmanship of anybody I've ever seen fill out a questionnaire. If you can't read that, you must not know how to read.
That's the handwriting
Right?
of a tennis coach. Of course, tennis coaches are notorious for having neat handwriting.
Is that a thing? I'll believe it.
Yeah,
I don't know
no.
if it is or not.
It is here today.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, there you pulled me in. I like it. Yeah, yeah. Okay, here's Skyler, our current chip leader with just under $2.5 million in front of him. Jack 10 of clubs. Makes it 170.
Red Morales from the Louisville area.
Check that, Detroit.
But his shirt says Louisville Poker Tour.
Oh, Maybe he made a friend and got a free shirt.
Maybe.
He says from Detroit, Michigan, and Jefferson, Indiana,
5 folds, 6 folds,
and plays at Max Hideaway,
7,
retired Ford auto worker.
8 folds, 9 folds.
Either raises to that 170, gets a call from Joe Mano.
All right. Flop is Jack 6-4. So Skyler's outflopped Joe.
2 diamonds to think about, though.
2 checks.
He'll check.
Action over to Joe.
He'll check as well.
Check. Turn is deuce.
Black deuce on the turn gives Skyler a 91% chance to win this hand.
Let's see if Skyler, yeah, he's grabbing chips. He's going to be
It's
making
like
a bet.
305.
Fair bet's 280.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! He calls.
Okay.
He did not believe Skyler caught that flop. Either the cards are reading wrong. It was 280. 6 on the river.
There's the board.
This is an absolute gift for Skyler. It's I assume we went check, check.
Jack's the
Yep,
6.
looks like it did. Oh,
Oh,
don't know about that call on the turn from Joe.
Winner's seat 2.
He's probably not going to be very pleased with himself. All right, buckle it back up.
Yep.
But look at that. Now the chip stack's got to be getting close to the 3 million chip point, if not over it now.
I think that's what you call a bluff call. That's what that is.
There we go. Skyler's now over 3
3
million in chips, and he's got more than a 2-to-1 chip lead.
Wendy Adamczyk DeAndrea, shortest chip stack at the table, $500,000 in chips. She will be shoving all in soon. There is no raises, it's shoving all in. John Ford, Elizabeth Walker, and Joe Mano are not too far behind.
What am I figuring here? About 10, 11 million chips in play?
I think so.
Something like that. So Joe has got himself about a third of those chips in front of him. Or Skyler, excuse me. Skyler has about a third of those chips in front of him.
Sometimes there's prizes if you
Fred, Queen, Jack, offsuit.
well timed.
He's got a nice stack of bounty chips in front of him.
4 calls 8.
Yeah.
He's going to be grabbing some envelopes here when his day is over.
6 raised.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot of players keep all their bounties that they've collected. I don't know if that's an intimidation factor, saying, look how many people I knocked out, or if they just want to wait till the end to cash out the rest of the bounties. It's the big one's already gone, $1,500. So probably just hundreds and maybe 500s left.
Look at this. Mirion makes it 325 with her 10s. And will pick up the chips. No call from the first raiser.
Button 9, 2 3, 4.
So are they allowed to go get their money as soon as they get a chip, or do you have to wait until the end?
No, you could leave the table right now, go cash in your
Okay.
bounty chips, pull your envelopes, and even open them at the table for all we care. So you know Dundas looks to be about a couple hours south of the Twin Cities. We're by like Northfield, got Little Chicago, north of Faribault, over in Minnesota. So
Okay.
yeah,
That's character.
Dundas big enough to have an Applebee's in town.
Right along the interstate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Calls 80. 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Okay, I was just trying to read that. I just thought about this. My kids can't read it.
Don's Corner Bar and Grill playing every Tuesday night at 7 p.m.
Nice amount of players, 28 players on average. Get 3 tables worth of play, that's fun.
Yeah. Skyler will call. I think, no, he folds.
Heads up with ace 4 and jack 10. King high flop.
Hey Joe, if you need this for luck to help make decisions, I do have it on low.
Gut shot straight draw picked up on that flop for Suzanne.
Real mono. Fuck yes.
They both check.
Decision making card protected. Do you need this, Lucky? Okay.
Suzanne getting a ton of outs there.
Yeah, that is a
Totally on low.
large number of
Your power
possibilities.
Totally on low, Joe.
Turns a 6 of diamonds.
Hand over.
She bets 80,000. Fred folds. Awesome.
That's so cool. And this one's signed?
I'm keeping that one.
This is signed too.
No, that's my signed one. Well, where are the other 3? One is in the room, the other is.
So, I don't know what's in the Bible.
No, I have one.
So, they superimpose my body. Plus, you're not able to make that. Ross did it.
What does it say, Joe?
And this is the culmination of an entire day's worth of poker. They started playing at 10 o'clock this morning. Over 400 players, setting a record for the national tournament. This national championship, a favorite of these players. They look forward to it, playing all spring and summer long to get themselves here.
I don't even have one. Like, I don't even get one from Ross. He wouldn't give me one. I had to win that game to get one. Like, you know, if you
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
it's so funny. It's just a joke. But it's taken on its life of its own. So I signed one for Joe Smith last time I was here. So funny.
So 8 players, 7 players remaining. Next payout is $21.70 for 7th place.
Who else got knocked out?
Oh, 8.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. 8th place. Yes, you're right. $17.50. We went from the jump.
Yeah. Unless you're foreshadowing a future knockout.
I don't think so.
Dun, dun, dun. Next person to get knocked out will get $1,750. Elizabeth Walker saying that she will donate most of the money, to be honest, she says. So
Good on her.
we would like her to win then. I assume she would pick a good charity or place for that money to go. Poker News is in the house as well. They have been all weekend long covering all the action here at the National Championship. All the eliminations from
Heads up.
probably the past 18 people, I'd assume. Yep.
Flop is 10-4-7.
This raised pot between Wendy and Joe.
7 jacks.
Wendy checks.
Turn is ace.
Joe checks. Turns an ace, so now Joe is way ahead.
7 bet.
175.
175.
Yeah.
5 folds.
A fold from Wendy.
7 winning.
Yeah, on the regular here, when you see a raised pot, every one of them now is going to approach that 750,000 chips. If you have any action post-flop, they most definitely are always going to be getting over 1 million in chips for the most part.
Big swings then coming here. So
There's your look at your payout.
Huh.
So if I'm looking at this payout, you want to get to third. Third place is where it really gets fun. The separation between fourth and third is $3,100.
Yes.
So that's, I mean, now if you're starting to set goals, you're like, I'm not getting anything less than fourth. Again, you always want to think, I'm going to win this thing. But at some point, you also have to say, I just want to get to that level. Because
Right.
that is such a huge jump.
It is.
6 raises. 175. 7 folds.
Mirion makes it 175 with ace 10 of hearts.
8 folds. 9 folds.
Mirion again representing a stronghold in the FPN leagues. Billy's Corner Bar. Mirion is a retired cafe owner. Been playing poker for 30 plus years.
Wow.
She's been playing poker for probably longer than I've been alive. Poker achievements for Mirion as she was the Southway Bowl champ in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Fun fact about St. Cloud, it's where I was born.
4 calls.
Man, that was fun.
It's a good memory.
Yeah. Well, I don't really remember it.
I'm
but-
getting misty.
So Mirion raises to 175,000 and a call from Fred.
Flop is 9 deuce 8.
8-9 deuce. Mirion ahead.
4 checks.
Fred will check. Mirion, without any hesitation, I think threw some chips out there. 175,000. Sensing she might be ahead in the hand with an ace.
Hand over. 6 is the winner.
Hey, Mirion bet 175, and that was enough to make Fred go away. So 685,000 chips over to the stack of Mirion.
10 minutes.
I like how the
Oh, well, it sounds like we are going to be taking a quick break. And when we come back, we will hopefully see the conclusion in your champion of $25,000 for the Desert Dash for Cash 100K main event. We'll see you all very soon. And welcome back from that much-needed break from our final table, just to empty things, refill all the things. So we are down to our final 8 from 404 players, $25,000 on the line. 2-time and back-to-back national champion still in play. First-time national champion also still in play.
Yeah, Wendy in seat 5 won the FPN Championship this spring here in Las Vegas. Last year at this event, she took 5th place. So 3 really good runs in a row.
Wow, yeah, I think I forgot about that one. Talked with a number of players on break. One was Fred Morales. And where does he say he's from?
Detroit or Jefferson, Indiana.
We're going to do a little geography lesson. Oh, it's not actually Jefferson. What did he say it was? Clarksville, Indiana. So he's from 3 different places, but if you look at a map, he does, in fact, play in the Louisville Poker Tour. Living in Clarksville is right across the river.
Okay.
Makes sense now. It all comes back to me. So,
although he did not put anything about Clarksville on the paper, so I'm
not a single thing. So
what does he have against Clarksville?
We have an all-in. Our
Okay.
one-time national champion, all in for $145,000. We'll probably see a call here from Skylar Sand. We'll raise to $225 to isolate a little bit. And Andy, a 70 or 69% favorite to win the hand with her pocket queens. As the short stack, you kind of like, okay, I feel comfortable going all in pre-flop so long as it's not against kings or aces. But king 3-8 on the flop needs to avoid an ace 5 or an ace or runner clubs. Oh boy.
Why'd you have to say that?
11 outs.
Other than it's your job.
It is an 8 on the river. Wendy is going to double up through our chip leader, Skylar Sand. Back-to-back and 2 times still in play.
And coming out of that break, freshly up with the blinds. Now 50 and 100,000 with a 100,000 chip ante.
Jeez.
So 250,000 per go around the table.
Wow. And as we lose players, that is just going to come faster and faster being in the blinds. Also on break, talked with Suzanne's sister. Didn't get her name, but she showed me a text message exchange, and she said, "Oh, I found the nickname you called Suzanne." I'm like, "Oh boy, here we go." And there was a text message that just said, "Garbage disposal," and they said, "What? Seriously?" Like, no, it's all good. Suzanne will explain. So I think we're in the clear.
Okay.
It's taken.
Between that of me giving her a horrible nickname and
Yeah.
not being able to pronounce that city that starts with an L in Kentucky, which I'm told is also just the Ville, not
Ville.
Lou.
Just the Ville.
No matter what, who is the rapper that was from Louisville that said,
Nelly.
I'm from the, well, that's
I'm
St.
from the
Louis.
I'm from the Lou.
I guess-
Oh yeah.
So that would be St. Louis, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess, okay, so it's just the Ville. But I do know the Louisville finger salute. I do have that down. The left hand, right?
Oh,
You
yeah,
make
yeah.
The L, right?
Jack Harlow, one of the bigger names in
There you go.
rap. He's from Louisville. Bryson Tiller, I know, is also a name. There's a whole host of them. And if I don't shout you out and you happen to be a rapper from Louisville,
Apologies.
apologies.
Skylar's raising with ace jack. Now there is my absolute favorite hand.
There it is.
Jack 9 of hearts. I'm telling you, it's you can't avoid it. It's so good, and Joe's going to take a walk with it. Let's see what we got.
Almost a suited connector.
It's a suited gap connector. It's the
Yeah.
best kind. It's the best kind. I'm telling you. Jack 9's my winner right now.
When it hits,
Here it
is
comes.
sneaky.
No.
King in the window.
See, this is exactly what happens. You just absolutely brick it. I mean, just stone cold, nothing, not even close.
And at this point, Joe does not want to see a jack. He doesn't know that, but he absolutely does not, because he will be dominated by Skylar Sand, as he already is.
7 folds, hand over, 2-1.
And that's a fold from
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a
Joe,
pleasure.
who's up over $1 million in chips. Skylar, I think, is kind of one of those players that is very intentional with his actions, keeps his actions to a minimum, and doesn't rush bet or rush check. He will kind of keep it within the same range of time to make his actions. But yeah, just move your head a little bit to the right there, back in the blurry area. There's our
There.
there's our
See,
trophy.
it's right over there.
I think you put on some cologne on break.
No, that was the pulled pork nacho.
Yeah, okay. Well, that you smell fantastic,
And look.
by the way. No stains.
Clean shirt club.
No stains here either. We polished off them nachos.
I don't
and-
think you could see like a 15-person murder spree on that shirt.
no, you couldn't. It's very colorful.
Sorry, I'll move away. That was a little weird. I got a little too close
Yeah,
there,
it's
maybe.
fine. We've shared the booth for many years now.
All right. We're running our way towards a finish here, or crawling, one or the other. And again, we're now going on
4.5 hours
4.5 hours of play.
of streaming, but
Yeah, just over 14 hours.
hours of playing.
As we're now past midnight here in Las Vegas. It's already Monday.
I did hear a number of people saying, I am tired, this is past my bedtime, but when there's $25,000 on the line,
You'll stay up for that.
you can find reasons to do so.
But it is a long, grinding day. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
All these players have been sitting at poker tables all day, surrounded by other people telling their stories about life, and you're just tired of hearing them. Oh, that's just you. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I should stop.
6 calls, 7 calls. Option. 8 checks.
All right, look at this. We're going to see 3 players to this flop.
Flop is 10, 7.
And 7-4. Whiff all the way around.
King 3 is still ahead.
7 check card.
Marion is betting her queen high. Trying to steal this pot. Nothing wrong with that. You're playing poker. Stealing's encouraged. IRL, not so much.
Don't be fooled
Look at
that
that.
Marion might be a sweet grandmother, but when she gets on the poker table, She is going to fire away when she senses the time is right and scoops in a much-needed pot there. How long has Mirion been playing poker again?
Over 30 years. Over 30 years.
I think that can be upgraded to legendary status.
Right, exactly. No, not it. Well, at least they do.
Favorite restaurant for Mirion in Vegas? CJ's, which would be the claim jumper here in the Golden Nugget.
Bad behavior.
Two is under the gun.
One of my buddies does it. He thinks the racist. Pays like crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
3, raise to 225.
How about Dirt Dog? Have you been down to Dirt Dog?
No, I haven't been to Dirt Dog.
Man. You got to stop.
Oh, that's the hot dog place.
yeah, you got to
that
stop working so hard while we're out here.
I know.
You got to follow me around.
Well-
I'll lead you straight into degenerate food and gambling and who knows what else.
If I'm not commentating, I am taking a nap, and that rarely happens. So if I'm not napping, I'm on the floor hitting the slots. That's I try playing table games, and we played craps. I think the first night we were here last year, and instantly got rinsed.
That'll
So-
happen. That'll happen.
I don't know about playing craps with you anymore.
Oh, I'm just bad luck. Don't worry.
Then tried my luck, put 100 down on blackjack, instantly lost. Couldn't win a single hand. Couldn't even make it through a whole shoe. That and we're kind of spoiled living in North Dakota. We can play blackjack in the bars, so it doesn't feel like a special occasion to play blackjack out here.
All right, here's the chip counts. As you can see, Skylar's still with the chip lead. And on the other end, Wendy, 490,000, less than 5 big blinds.
Half the table at that 10 big blind or less, over half threshold. So we'll be seeing some all-ins coming up pretty soon from our shorter stacks.
3 under the gun.
And we need the cards to go with them too. That's another obviously a part of it.
And boy, we haven't. We got to give some shout outs to some of our FPN crew out here. Apologies for not doing this sooner, but I think we got tons of people watching. So, poker director, World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Dana Castaneda for running everything, and we have an all-in by our villain. Joe Mano waking up with some Cowboys.
I think he maybe sensed a bit of weakness in the bet from Mirion, and that's why he did that.
Yeah.
He wants to steal that raise. It would be just over half of her chips if she wanted to call.
So
That's
nothing.
a typical villain move.
Yeah, typical. Oh, you hear the laugh too. It's maniacal.
Oh, it is. He is a dastardly person at the poker table.
Just kidding. We love you, Joe. We're happy you're here on the final table. So Dana, shout out to her for helping run and register players. Want to give a shout out to Michelle Meza for manning the bounty chip cash-in station, manning the booth for merch and for registering players and chatting and what would you say?
Ambassadoring,
Ambassadoring.
if that's a word.
That is actually 2024's Merriam-Webster word of the year. Ambassadoring. Yes, one who is an ambassador.
6 full.
The act of ambassadoring.
7.
Or the act of ambassador.
Doesn't mean anything.
Oh, we got an all-in again. Joe's putting them all out there. Come get them. Who wants them?
Okay, you're fine, you're fine.
Elizabeth?
Nope.
Full.
again,
I guess we could say the ball's in her court right
yeah,
now.
very.
Yeah,
That's right.
there it is.
And she doesn't love that hand. She returns serve. Skylar's got Queen Jack. I don't know if he wants to call off.
He's asking how much is there, though.
I don't know, 40% of what he's got left. Only committed to the small blind, and he says no. Now, how about Wendy? No, she doesn't want any of that
Suzanne.
either. Or
Nope.
Suzanne, excuse me.
Give and these shout outs are in no particular order, but president and owner of Free Poker Network, 20 years strong, Brooke Leiter, for allowing really staying consistent and continually upping the game here, and allowing us to be here for the live stream, and you know, just recently putting up $100,000 guaranteed prize pools. Just insane what he's done to morph this league into. You'll never make it more than 2 years to here we are 20 years later.
Yeah, how about that? Congratulations to the whole team for making that happen.
5 folds.
Speaking of that 20 years,
6 calls.
Don's Corner Bar, where Elizabeth Walker plays out of, is an original founding site for the Free Poker Network.
How about that?
So jumped on board in the inaugural season in 2005. So I mean, kind of would be fitting if a bar that's been around from the inception of the league
I see what
would
you're doing
win.
here. I see what you're doing here.
Yeah.
Joe's all in.
Again.
Maybe going to try to run amok at this table, push the action, make things happen instead of waiting for things to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of that, Elizabeth Walker's deciding what to do with 8 ace.
9 folds.
She decides to fold over to Skylar.
It's scaring me, taking all that time to consider.
Well, pocket 5s now for Suzanne. This would be her tournament life. If she calls, she folds. And now to Fred, also would be all in if he calls this. He probably won't be with 6-5. Now this is twice that Joe has seen Mirion raise, and she just called. But her getting involved in the pot and him pushing the action behind her, this is the second time we've seen that here in the last couple of hands.
If everyone folds, Joe would successfully be raking in an additional 350,000 in chips into his chip stack. That is a lot.
No, Marion doesn't like this. She does not like having him on. She showed the ace, I believe. And so
We'll
he's
see
going
if
to
he does the
he's
same.
also going to do the same, oblige
Okay.
and show the ace as well.
So he's been shoving all in. Shows he's doing it not with air. There's an ace under there.
Yeah, and the same thing there for Marion too, that she did the exact same thing. Like, hey, I'm not just doing this with nothing. I actually had a hand.
Right, 30 years, and you think you can just push me around.
Now
Well,
listen here, buddy.
Joe's been playing for decades as well. And we're looking forward because the person to win tonight is going to find themselves on one of these faces. And with all the ladies on the table, we're going to see another queen out there to join Wendy. More shout outs to come. The Oz's of the crew, the men,
6 folds.
Curtin, Mr. Goose and Jared. Without them, we would have no live stream. We'd have no cameras. We'd have the action wouldn't be tracked. Here we are. Okay. So thank you to those two for, as long as we're sitting back here, they're back there too. And if there's an issue, technical issue, Goose is running around and resolving them quickly.
Okay, so now you notice this, how Elizabeth is taking a long time here again. Just like she did before, about the same amount of time.
Yeah.
I love it. Looks slow, looks deliberate.
3 folds.
So kings are all in.
Could still see a call from the bad boy at the table.
4 full. 5 full.
So, Joe, what do you want to do? 610,000 to call. About a third of your stack. He makes the correct call and folds. Don't show it, don't show it, don't. There you
Yeah,
go.
okay,
I
perfect.
like it. I like what you're doing, Elizabeth. Now creeps up over $1 million in chips.
Button 4, 5, 6.
106 of you watching at home. Subscriber count up to 715. I think we've added around 100 subscribers on this go around. So thank you to everyone out there for subscribing. If you haven't, it's free. Our goal is to get to 1,000 so we can finally get paid for doing this. But for love of the game, that's why we're here. More shout outs to go of our
700.
FPN crew. Reina Martinez, soon to be
Wow.
Reina Peck,
What a mistake she's making.
or could be,
7.
well, could be, what is it?
8 full.
If we did a hyphen, Peck Martinez, my initials would then, minus my middle name, would be BPM. And for those that know me, I've DJ'd weddings and events and emceed and hosted for probably a decade now. So BPM, beats per minute, would fit very well. So
4 full.
kind of leaning towards it. It's okay if it's hyphenated.
Like the BPM?
Yeah.
6. Race.
But if Raina just picked up the Peck name, her initials would spell out rap, R-A-P.
Wow.
So
Okay.
musical bunch here.
Oh, interesting play going on here. Joe limps in with Queen Jack. Marion, his nemesis at the table, or vice versa, had raised and he flat called.
10.
He misses the flop, but he has got a bunch of options. Obviously, 2 overcards to the board, or 2 overcards to her pair.
Look who's not phased and throwing chips out there. Bets 125,000.
used to have it, now she has it.
Given-
Joe says, I used to have it, now she has it.
Giving Joe some of his medicine.
Marion acknowledging the situation and
Hand over.
laughing right in his face.
Button 5, 6, 7.
I think our final shout out, please correct me if I'm wrong, Craig Volness,
Nope.
been with the company and also fellow DJ of mine. I hired him back in 2014-15 when I managed the DJ company Brooke owns, and together we've both advanced throughout the different jobs at the umbrella of the company of FPN. And now Craig, we've been wanting him to come out to Vegas for years, and finally gets the okay from the wife, and the cards aligned, we'll say. So Craig, instrumental out here, jumping in with registration and answering questions and taking it in, enjoying Vegas with us.
3 full.
Steve.
Oh, see?
Lucky.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Steve.
Unbelievable. Steve Priest, one of the
5 full.
original employees of the Free Poker Network, would dare to say
6 calls.
he's been around for almost 20 years.
Kind of a Swiss Army knife
Yeah.
kind of guy.
7.
Yep.
Jack.
Does a lot of different stuff with the FPN.
Steve and Brooke are two of the guys that, as I hear, are the ones that driving around America trying to sign bars up.
Thanks, guys.
Wouldn't be surprised if they were responsible for Don's Corner Bar.
Hand over.
Well, Marion in the last couple of hands has gotten the best of Joe. That time in a blind versus blind battle.
She bets he folds.
7 minutes left in this level. So you can see the clock over Marion's shoulder. So Poker's going to be getting more expensive again. I mean, it's time waits for no one. Blinds right now at 50 and 100,000. That 100,000 big blind. 25K for first place, in case you're just hopping in. 15,000 for second. The next person who leaves with 1750.
New dealer. Looks like her name is Stephanie, if I saw her name badge correctly. Giving Jeremy a break from dealing some stellar hands.
Fred's giving a good look to this Jack 9 of hearts. This is the second time we've seen it at this final table. And see what I'm telling you? It's hard to, it's my favorite hand. It's hard. It looks like this could be something. I think I can do something with this Jack 9. It's absolute poison. It's just, it's drinking bleach. It's just not a good idea. Well, we'll see. As 3 players will now go to the flop as the small blind called. And the flop is ace, 10, queen.
Open ender for Fred.
Some options there with
Jack 9 might be in trouble. See how many phones we can trigger with this one. Hey Siri, remind me to never play Jack 9 in poker.
Boop, boop. I know, Chris Hanson plays it horribly. Okay.
That's a card he needed for the straight.
There we go. Fred made the straight with Jack 9. I told you, it's the best hand there is. It never fails to win. And Joe's got top pair, but boy, that is a scary looking board now.
I think they would refer to that as a wet board. Flush draw out there.
Maybe the Broadway if somebody has a jack, which obviously we see Fred does. A lot to be scared of.
Maybe 250,000 or something.
195.
Oh, 195. Oddly specific.
Yeah, 195.
Okay, 195 from Joe. John folds, and now back to Fred. Just ship them all in. Don't wait. You don't want to give him that free. Oh, he just calls. Nope, it hasn't called yet. I saw the card coming. Oh, he did just call.
8 on the river. Jack 9 with the 6 card straight. 7 card straight.
Now the all in. $225. Does Joe think that ace is good?
I think by now you can't, but you know the flush misses. But 225 to call. Would you say he's pot committed?
Yeah, to get a million chip pot. Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be a 4-to-1 odds.
Yeah, he does call.
See both hands.
And he's going to see that Jack 9, the greatest poker hand ever created, scoops up a biggie pot.
Yeah, Joe Mano. Joe Mano's got a big following here in the chat.
Well, they're probably going to be flaming him after that bet. Or after that call, I should say.
I wasn't in the hand. That doesn't matter.
Seat 7, 8, 9.
First player eliminated from our final table was Sue Leskunis, playing out of the town in Aurora, Illinois. So she was step 1 of 8 to get to $25,000 for first place.
2 folds, 3 folds.
I accidentally said, keep it going. And she said, I'm out. I'm like, cheering. Keep the cheering going, Sue. You
That's
know
what
what
I meant to say.
5 folds, 6 folds, 7, all in.
Oh, also, she said I went and pulled my last bounty from the bin, $500.
Nice.
Joe Mano's all in. All right, Elizabeth does hold a 10. Let's remember that in case he gets a call.
Hand over.
But he doesn't. So Joe Mano scooping up the blinds and antes there.
I was ahead. I didn't hand.
Button 8, 9. 2. Mine was
Hand it over.
All right. Here's a stat we haven't seen yet today. VPIP, voluntarily putting chips in pot. Who's up top? Mirion Massman, 42% of the times of the hands she is putting her chips in the pot. Right behind her is Joe Mano. I'd say Joe and Marion constantly go mano y mano.
Aha, I see what you did there.
4 fold.
Fred
5
folds,
fold.
Wendy folds,
6 fold.
Marion folds over to Joe.
7
He
fold.
folds now to the dealer. John,
8 fold. 9 fold. Hand over.
I do declare that's a walk
For
for Skylar.
for Skylar. Unfortunately, it wasn't for Elizabeth Walker. Man, oh boy,
It's getting late, isn't it?
the puns are unfortunately flying.
The nachos are starting to digest.
Yeah,
The 3 o'clock coffee this afternoon is gone.
delirium is
That,
setting in.
That caffeine has been burned up.
12:30 a.m. Vegas time.
Under the gun.
Players are on 14 and a half hours of playing, minus a break every couple hours and a little bit of a dinner break.
5 fold.
Bob in the chat says, ugh, another break.
I feel ya.
Teased him with, don't leave huge hands coming up. Said if there aren't huge hands, he's leaving. He's blaming me, rather. So, all right, Marion upping that VPIP percentage. Simply putting chips in the pot induces cheers from the crowd.
Eight
Folding around to Elizabeth.
9 fold. 2 fold.
Skylar folds. Can I get a Suzanne chanting here?
Here we go. Suzanne with ace jack of diamonds.
3 calls.
She's going to call the min raise for Marion.
A little bit farther. Thank you. There we go. Flop is deuce.
There's an ace, but a deuce also. Top pair versus bottom set. This could be a very sneaky hand.
Suzanne with 1.1 million in front of her.
Marion, that's 200. Suzanne smooth calling.
Turn is
Oh my goodness. Now it's deuces full of aces and trip aces. All the chips are getting in the middle.
This is going to be real hard to get away
All of
from.
the chips are getting in the middle. Here we go.
Mirion Massman
400.
putting a massive bet out there.
400.
The only way you wouldn't is if with that, I just don't know how you would get away from this.
Oh no.
Only if you're scared of the flush.
3 calls.
Never chase a flush on a paired board. There's a free poker lesson for you. Never chase a flush with a paired board.
River is 7.
Another heart on the river.
Check.
Neither one of them have a heart. Suzanne checks.
6
Trying to
bet.
induce another bet from Marion.
I think it might be another 400,000.
How are we not getting these chips all in the middle?
Oh my. Suzanne might just be calling.
Well, it's just unbelievable to me that we didn't get all in on that turn.
This is the hand to go all in on. She might be doing a chip inventory. $500,000, that's just 5 big blinds. She's calling. Just has yet to be announced. Mirion sitting cool, calm, and collected. She should know she's got the best hand, right?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, unless you're up against ace-8 or something like that, or a set of
But you don't call pre-flop with ace-8, even if it's suited, right?
Wouldn't think so.
Then you check on the flop, call a bet of 200, call another bet of 400,000.
It's awfully hard to lay down trip aces, but trip aces are beat by a flush, and if she has one heart in her hand, it could be.
That heart might have been
Yep,
an
exactly.
absolute godsend
It
for
might
Suzanne.
have saved her. Might have saved her. But yet the price is there. You're paying 400,000. What if you're right?
Have we seen any major, like massive bluffs yet? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Wow.
Holy smokes.
Here
Look.
comes the show.
Yep.
You were right.
Great
Good call.
lay down. Wow. Suzanne Barstow gets away from a monster.
Well, I don't know how that. I don't know how Suzanne's not walking away there on the turn.
150, 150.
I think we might take a break to let Mirion get those chips all stacked
It's going to take
up.
her a bit.
Holy crap.
Say hello to our new chip leader.
Small, big one, 75, 150, 150.
Yeah, there she is sitting up on top. Skylar Sand been quiet for a few hands. Comfortably sitting in second place. Look at that. Below Skylar, everyone's under that 10 big blind threshold. We should be seeing all-ins or nothing from the other 6 players.
5 full, 6 full, 7 full, 8 all in.
There it is. John Ford has been fairly quiet on this final table.
Sure has. John plays at Winber Hotel, Pappy's Pub.
9 full, 2 full, 3 full,
Pappy's Pub in Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
4 full, and over.
We've got North Dakota. Let's see where X's and O's is again. I think it's an Illinois bar.
Inadvertently.
Good luck, Wendy.
Well, you've got fabulous families.
Yep.
I think
Illinois,
So great.
it's so great.
North Dakota, Illinois, Indiana / Kentucky / Michigan, all being represented.
Wendy also from Illinois.
Yeah. Illinois, Minnesota. Last Chance Saloon was also Illinois. Pennsylvania, and yeah, some more Minnesota. So a few states being represented here.
Showdown, he's almost asleep.
Get this dealer to hook these players up with some hands.
Oh, Wendy's all in pre-flop when the big blinds and just 7-4. This could.
Mm-hmm.
6 raise.
Oh, and we saw that VPIP earlier. Wendy was the player who had put the least amount of chips in voluntarily. She has been waiting and waiting and waiting. She's not been getting involved in hands at all. I don't even know if she's seen a flop. I'm going to be honest with you.
Mirion just raised to 550,000. Joe Mano is going to be all in, folks. We could have a massive hand brewing here. Mirion and Joe with the same hand.
Oh,
Suzanne will get out of the way. I'm going to say it before the hand is over. 2-time back-to-back still in play.
That is true.
So we're going to see 3 cards flipped, or 3 hands flipped face up. 2 players' tournament life is at stake. Wendy, unfortunately, 7-4, but 2 live cards, more live cards than Mirion and Joe.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this, but I'm going to take Wendy on this one.
Yeah.
You know, I know Ace King looks great, but they're essentially drawing dead. They're not going to get anything unless it goes, you know, runner crazy of diamonds or
Well,
hearts.
Wendy's 46% favorite to win the hand.
That's because she has 2 live cards.
Low cards, low cards. Come on, Wendy. King, Jack, 10. Oh no, Wendy's chances went down to almost nothing. She's gonna need runner, or we're gonna see a chop pot here.
We're not getting a flush.
And that is going to remove any hopes of a check mark for Wendy.
Yeah, here comes the river, and it will be chopped up with Mirion and Joe, and Wendy will be eliminated in 8th place. Another nice run here for Wendy.
Good luck, everybody.
She has won the last event back here this spring with Free Poker Network. And then last year at this time in January, she took 5th place. So wow, 3 consecutive really deep runs for Wendy. Shout out to the Town Bar and Grill and to Mugs and Manor in Illinois.
This was her bounty one.
I think you guys have to split it. So you have to go together and draw it. That's what they said. Like, a spot like that, you guys split that. So you have to go together and draw it. So when you gotta pick it. When you gotta pick it.
Dead small. 5. You'll be big.
So with that, 7 players remaining now here at our final table. Next payout is $2,170, $2,170 for our next player eliminated in 7th place.
So that black, that's why it doesn't need to be.
Okay.
It's going to be 6 grays. 6 grays.
So Wendy has agreed to a post-game interview.
Okay.
Definitely, there's emotion right now with her, because her best friend is Sue, who got knocked out first. Wendy's knocked out second, but Sue's like, that's my best friend right there, and for us to both make it to the final table.
Pretty special. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. So we'll let Wendy get paid out $1,750, and then we'll do a little interview with her. I guess that's another thing that not having you here in May meant to do more interviews with players after they've been knocked out. So we'll get our first one here today, and no one better than a national champion, and Wendy Adamczyk DeAndrea.
4 full. And over. They walked for you.
By the way, if we were going to talk about things that are terrible,
Button in 5, 6, 7. Dead button.
I want to give a shout out for the terrible Regal adhesive lint roller. This is one of the worst products ever put to market. Jared is trying to clean the table,
Yeah.
Right, lint roller, get it nice and clean for the broadcast, make it look all tidy, and we could not get one of the
The sheet
rolls
off.
off. It was paper, thinner than paper, half thin of a sheet of paper. It just turned out to be a mess.
They put
So,
adhesive on both sides. I wouldn't be surprised if that's just a roll of Scotch tape.
Regal, you don't got a good product. I hate to tell you. From the Tool Cache, model number 19860. Don't buy that product.
9, all in.
I
Our
mean,
subscriber count just plummeted. Just kidding. We're good. Elizabeth Walker's all in, though.
2 hill, 3 fold.
oh, and Fred's got pocket sevens. So we're going to see a call here for sure.
Like I feel a breeze now. Oh. Yeah, so that's a feeling.
This would essentially be for Fred's tournament life as well because he's only got 865 in front of him.
Yeah, I'm tired. But I got a feeling where my arm is.
Fred is really thinking this decision over. As we're getting an exact count of Elizabeth's chips in seat 9. We're going to make sure the number is exactly right. So if you're Wendy, you got to feel pretty good that you might get a fold here. Because if it was a big hand, it would be an insta call, obviously. Now this is quite the tank, quite the decision, but you have been playing for over 14 hours. It all comes down to this. You don't want to make the wrong decision. And he does have a couple of players that are coming from behind. Oh, he folds. To that point, has a couple of players behind that have big stacks in front of them. Oh, wow. Well, Elizabeth's going to win. Maybe maybe Fred was just putting together that, you know, she hasn't played a lot of hands. We haven't seen anything that she's played, so he didn't know that, is this a desperation shove? Does she have a big hand? So he just decides that did not want to make the call there at pocket sevens.
Did you want to pause and get the blacks off? He's asking, you said you mentioned it. In 13 minutes, he says. We're at the end of the look.
Good bet. Again, had to think with you
9 for
before.
both guns. Well, only played 2 minutes.
Yeah, I had a pocket pair.
Fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 6 calls.
Mirion
calls. 8 option.
calls as blinds are now at 75 and 150,000 and 150,000 K. Big blind, ante as well. So 3 players will see this flop. It's Jack 5-8. Joe has an up and down straight draw.
7 check.
John and Marion both missed, although Marion does have a gut shot straight draw. John is still technically ahead with king high.
25. Seven full. 8 full. And over.
All right, I think you are now live. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Wendy, a former national champion, almost made it back to back. How was your experience out there today?
So great and so much fun. Everybody here, mostly all the other players, are amazing and a lot of fun. And everyone's been great at the Nugget.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So final table kind of dying on the cards there.
Yes, yes.
7-4, what's that experience
Oh
like?
my God. We play at a bar, Mugs and Manor, and Mugs Nuts is 4-7, so it was kind of perfect.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Against Ace King, not so much, but still, it was so fun.
Really unfortunate time to run into that.
Yeah.
But man, you've outlasted around 400 players to make it here. Almost made it back to back. But yeah, I mean, congratulations on
Thank
making
you.
it this far. What does it kind of mean to you to make a back-to-back final table here at FPN?
I never saw this coming, so it was so great and amazing. Amazing. And we have friends watching at home. My family's watching at home, so that made it fun too. That's all I got.
Yeah. What would it mean to have a back-to-back female national champion here?
It's always good. Women are good players, so I'd rather play against the men.
Yeah, no, it's been very clear that the level of play between the ladies on the felt here is very high.
Very remarkable.
Yeah.
Really good.
Many years, probably a decade's worth of experience. So, well,
more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
Thank
Wendy, on
you.
a deep run in the largest poker tournament ever for FPN.
Yes.
Year. So, congratulations. Enjoy
Thank
the
you.
win, and good luck, and we'll see you next year.
Thanks so much.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Did a great job. Luckily, we're good. Okay, let's have
That
you step
interview
over
there
so
with
you
Wendy.
don't do that mistake.
As we said earlier, 3 great runs in a row, including 1 win. Free Poker Network here in Las Vegas of the last 3 tournaments.
Three full.
An 8th place finish, a 5th place finish, and a win.
4 full. 6 full. 7 full.
Chris? Oh, I kicked a cord out there coming back and nearly took out the live stream. But I didn't. No. And yeah, being an unexperienced production guy, it's like rule number 1:
Don't be around the cables.
Yeah.
9 full. And over.
Yeah, what a 1 year with the Free Poker Network for Wendy, huh?
Mm-hmm. Holy cow, she's just soaking in the moment here. Said that for a back-to-back female national champion would be just huge for the community in general. She said, I don't want to play against the women here because they are scary. Put me on a table full of men, and I'm putting the chips on me to win. So, I missed an all-in, didn't I? But there was probably folds. Mirion, I
Yeah,
think,
there
pushed
was
all in.
there was an all-in, no, an all-in from Elizabeth and pocket sevens from Fred, and he just decided it wasn't the right time.
Yes, I did see that he folded that.
Yeah,
That was
very,
a while in the
very
think tank.
long tank for Fred. One of the longest we've seen here tonight.
8 fold.
Just a reminder, this is on a 30-minute delay. So anything you see right now already happened. There's absolutely no edge a player can have for us live streaming other than what happened 30 minutes ago. However, our players are banned from having their phones out at the table. So they will have to watch this footage later to study their play. And here, Skylar Sand, and quiet as of lately, is going to
Yeah.
shove all in.
Shoves on the big blind. Suzanne with an ace deuce.
Staying steady around that 100 people watching on YouTube. Thank you so much. Don't forget to hit subscribe for all the times we go live.
But with that being said, I agree with Lee. Not Pennsylvania for development, business.
Suzanne, the longer you think, the more I think you're going to call. Let's just throw those cards in the middle.
She does not want to let that ace
Oh
go,
my.
though. She just does not want to let it go. She just doesn't.
Trust your instincts, I can tell, are to fold.
I mean, and she
Okay.
would be
Okay.
right to call. That she would have the lead. I mean,
Right.
but do you want to put your tournament life on that? Again, that's the difference between shoving with an ace or calling with an ace in this scenario. Blind versus blind. You know, what is it? Queen 8 or Queen 9 is the differential of everything Queen 9 or higher, or Queen 9 or lower, right? Or the separation of the possible hands.
Right.
So you got to figure, okay, I'm ahead of a very good portion of them having an ace.
Right.
But if he has ace 10, I'm crushed.
Yes.
So, you know,
Ace deuce is just not a good enough kicker.
no, it just really isn't to make that kind of call for your tournament life.
Slightly anonymous on YouTube is also a huge fan with Jack 9 suited.
Really?
Has appealed to lots of folks. It's good to see us a flop with for sure. So, are you secretly posting on here?
No,
to,
I swear I'm not. I
Okay.
swear I'm not. I'm not anonymous.
Okay.
I am not anonymous. In this case or in any other case.
Elizabeth Walker with King Jack offsuit, and we are shoving
2 folds.
all in 810,000.
3 folds.
Fold around to Fred Morales.
Fred's favorite poker hand, anyone that wins. Well, literally any hand can win in poker.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes it so great and horrible at the same time.
We're not getting in for another hour. I don't think I'm that.
For a long time. They're going to chip up, so they're probably a little mini, but I'm sure they're going to chip up.
Encroaching on the 15th hour, just 4 long minutes away from the 15th hour of play.
And only 3 minutes left in this blind level.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, it's going to get to maybe a point of bingo here till we get down to 3 or 4 players and all the chips kind of distribute to a smaller number of people.
the chips are definitely going to need to start flying. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a knockout since Wendy, like more than Wendy in the last half hour, being the blinds are what they're at. 375,000 in chips to finance an orbit around the table. That's a third of most of these chip stacks. But do not be lulled into thinking this is going to continue forever. live poker feels and is slow, but all of a sudden something crazy happens. Fred could have easily shoved all in with King 9 and then get a snap call from Mirion, Ace Queen, but looks like she's going to raise it up, force some action back to Fred, and he's just going to fold. Fred is severely short stacked.
Sorry, no. The 6 raise, big blind raise, 4 full. Button and 4, 6, 7.
We are Mirion Massman over that 3 million mark, nearing 4 million. And Joe, Suzanne, John, and Fred all on the chopping block. Elizabeth can sit back a little bit, but as soon as she finds a premium hand, we can probably expect to see her shoving all in.
Here comes John with ace-6 of diamonds.
Easy decision for Skylar.
2 full, 3 full, 4 full, 6 full,
It won't be me.
7 full, and
Picking up chips without having to do much work. Shoving under the gun gets you 1 free orbit.
6, 7, 8, 30 seconds left.
Lines are going to be raising to 100,000, 200,000 with the 200,000 big blind ante. $500,000 to finance that orbit. Wow.
They didn't pace themselves. It's an art. Yeah, it's not a science.
9 under the gun.
Still have quite a few states being represented. Our players at the table.
9 full.
Kind of showing just how far Free Poker Network reaches. Certainly our goal would be to beat all 50 states. If you don't have
3 full.
a league in your state or in your area, you can create one.
Sure.
If you know there's players that are itching for something, you can create a league, contact Dana. She'll get you set up. Add another dot on the map where you can find some Free Poker Network action. And if you are an existing league, or you know of existing leagues, we can kind of just keep your name and everything, and then pay the dues to have access to the FPN leaderboard.
Four full, 6 full, 7 full.
Zoom in there a little bit on South Dakota. We don't hear many players from South Dakota.
South Dakota
Got
is
some Sioux Falls gets in there.
Watertown. Yeah. All the major cities, I guess along I-29 is the big thing, but Sioux Falls, Del Rapids, Esteline, Watertown, Millbank, and Aberdeen.
We're going to do a quick color up here. Get rid of the black chips, it looks like. Nice pocket there around the Chicagoland area.
Oh, yeah. It sounds like we're going to take a quick break for coloring up. We're probably going to introduce a 100K chip. When we return, we will see another player eliminated and get one step closer to our final champion for $25,000. See you all very soon. Welcome back to the main event of the FPN Desert Dash for cash. We just did a quick color up to do some chip stack maintenance. We have introduced the red chip, which I would assume to be 100,000 value chip.
Yeah, I got it covered. Really, I've never seen these red chips, so I'm gonna be.
You got nothing to say about that?
Yeah, we're, you know, things you got to do.
Yeah, I know, but I want them to finish this.
Yeah, it happens, but hopefully it's smooth sailing from here on out. For the about 100 of you watching online, thank you so much for burning the midnight oil in many places.
The early morning oil.
The 2 a.m., the 3 a.m., and if you're in Delaware, the 4 a.m. oil. Oh, we got an all-in here from Fred Morales.
7 folds.
We'll see if we get a call.
8 folds.
Up to Elizabeth in the big blind. There will be no call. So just to recap, blinds at 100, 200. The 200 chip ante. Go with
1,000.
it.
1,000. We just got a shout out in the YouTube channel. The shout out to the commentators. You guys rock. So
Oh, that's awesome.
thank you very much to Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
That being said, if you guys want to do a shop, you can facilitate shops. Figure it out amongst yourselves. We're paying out 24 spots. So 24 people have to put their name down. Okay, first place is 24th place. If you guys want to shop up amongst that, amongst yourselves, you can do that on your own. We're not going to just facilitate a shop for you.
7 moves all in.
That being said, dealers, we're going to the 5 seat. You know one hand.
8 folds.
I have to give it to you. Hey to him.
What's a chop?
What are we at? 6 people left?
Yep.
No, 7.
Well, we got all in with ace 5, all in with king queen, and now Skylar's deciding what to do with king 10 diamonds.
925. Confirmed.
Skylar's going to get out of the way, sitting comfortably in that first or second place position. Going to let the smaller stacks battle it out. Worst thing in his position would be that someone triples up. That would be Joe Mano. But even worse, if he gave away $1 million in chips to Fred Morales, that would just be devastating and really start evening the playing field, which is not what you want to do.
Flop is 3-7-10.
3-7-10 on the flop. No help to either player. Joe Mano out in front, 77% favorite. 7 on the turn. Going to need a king or a queen only for Fred to stay.
Oh no. Fred hits the king on the river and eliminates Joe Mano.
Oh, man.
7th place for Joe.
Congratulations, Joe. Receiving $2,170.
Head into the river. Yes.
Lay her down.
I know, right? I know.
The payouts on listed on Poker News, which is where I'm pulling the info, might be incorrect. Sue, our first one eliminated on the feature table, yeah, $1,750. So actually, Joe will receive $2,600. There's your chip count. Fred Morales now in third place has a stack of bounty chips.
Four folds. Six folds.
Look at that stack of reds for Mirion.
I doubt Mirion is sad to see Joe go.
Yeah.
Those two had a lot of hands at this final table where
Yeah.
they got involved with each other.
They sure did. John Ford going all in with just two big. Oh boy.
Call.
John Ford, ace 10, runs into Skylar Sand with pocket queens.
Four
So
folds.
he should just go all in.
Suzanne just has fifth. Oh boy, Suzanne. You might have. I mean, 50,000 to go. It's,
Yep. Doesn't matter what you have. This is the time to do it.
If we don't see an ace or a king on these next 5 cards, Skylar Sand will be eliminating 2 people.
Suzanne. That's my daughter's name. Suzanne.
So if they were to be eliminated, Suzanne would be eliminated in 6th place, correct? Because she has she has the least amount of
6th
chips.
place, yes. John Ford would take 5th place.
But we've still got a flop, turn, and a river to see. That's how the game's played.
Six. Maybe not for long.
We've seen weirder things happen.
Here we go.
Queen,
Jack, 9.
King. Where's that king?
10 would help Skylar. Would it? Oh, no. The queen. I totally misread all of that.
Needs a king.
Skylar Sand, trip queens.
4.
4 on the river in one fell swoop. I feel like a little piece of my heart has just been eliminated in Suzanne Barcelo. And John Ford, what a showing on our feature final table, outlasting just under 300 player or 400 players, and will be eliminated. And just like that, like I said, live poker, don't get lulled, because in the snap of a finger,
As soon as you
we're gonna.
stop paying attention. So
Suzanne, X's and O's, everyone back in Illinois, make sure to give her a huge hug and a high five for her performance here. And everyone back in Pennsylvania over at the Winburn Hotel and Pub, give John a big high five, a hug, and a job well done on final tabling in placing 5th place in the national championship. John didn't write anything down for poker achievements. I'm pretty sure this will qualify as one.
I think, yeah, he has to write it down now. Final table of a national championship.
Elizabeth Walker, 675 in chips, is next on the chopping block. Skylar Sand is over 4 million in chips.
Elizabeth's all in for 675.
I coach tennis, so it's like
2 men, 2 women are remaining.
4 folds.
Red folds his big blind. So Elizabeth's going to grab those blinds and Annie's on the button.
4, 6. 9 under the gun. 20 minutes left in the room. What is your line? 1, 2, 2. I heard you say 4, 6 or something. C4 and 6.
they're astronomical.
So Sue Leskunis of Illinois, 9th place, former national champion, out here to try to defend her title. Wendy Adamczyk, Deandria, eliminated in 8th place. Joe Mano, 7th place. Now, just a hand ago, Suzanne and John Ford eliminated. I believe we're still in all in or nothing territory for Elizabeth. probably see a call here from Skylar. I just can't imagine not.
Third of his stack, or a quarter of his stack, I should say.
Gonna ask for a count.
$1,075,000. Two folds.
Skylar will fold.
Fred Morales here, looking at 7 deuce. Says his favorite poker player is Cindy Morales. Gonna make an assumption that that is his better half.
Yep.
That is his bride, but a retired auto worker. Worked at the Ford Auto Plant. Been playing poker for 20 years.
Remember the training, skill set.
This is actually 2 final tables in a row for Skylar Sand as well. He's knocked out in our Step in the Ring promotion in 7th place, winning $1,000, and today might be winning $25,000.
Two raises, 400.
No, on Poker News it says $5 grand right now is the minimum that can be won. The remaining 4 players.
Four folds. 6 folds. Nine folds. Hands
Elizabeth
up.
will forfeit her hand after a raised
Show 6.
pot pre-flop from Skylar. I'm sure Skylar's been thinking about this moment for about a year. 6 months.
Not going to let this one get away, hopefully, for him.
No.
Trophy on the right's the one the champion will be taking home tonight. I would probably carry it as it is, right on the plane.
Yep.
Let everybody know. I'm not putting that in my check bag.
No.
I'm walking out, letting everyone know that I am the national champion for the Desert Dash for Cash with Free Poker Network.
And whatever airline they may be flying home on, hopefully they don't charge you. Although if they do, you'll be easily.
Is that my
able to
personal
afford
item?
it.
I think that's this is
Yeah.
my personal item. My emotional support trophy.
Yeah, yep.
I need to bring this on the plane with me. All right, Fred's got king 6 of diamonds. That goes into the muck.
6 folds.
Mirion folds to Elizabeth. Boy, it's getting real late early here. Holy cow.
9 folds. Hands over. 2.
A walk. Skylar. Come on, Jeremy. Give them cards a good wash. Let's find some winners.
9.
Yep. I don't want to think about it or even talk about it, but as soon as we're done here, do our wrap-up of the event with the eventual winner, and then it's time to tear down. The Moose Lodge has their annual poker tournament always immediately after hours, and they need the room for tomorrow, so we are getting kicked out. So it's full tear down and pack up tonight.
You got it.
I don't know if we got it. It's a tall order, but luckily we got the whole crew here to pitch in and lend a hand. What takes an entire day, and sometimes mostly a day and a half even, to set up, we tear it down in about 3 hours. It's like other than a couple of zip ties maybe laying on the floor, a couple small balls of
Never
gaff
even
tape.
know that this was happening.
Never know.
All right, we got a blind, big blind versus under the gun raise, or call, I should say. A couple of aces on the flop. Neither player finding a piece of this board.
4 checks. 6 bets.
Fred checks. Mirion bets.
Confirmed in there. Well, second place is what you're pointing out? Yeah. There was technically 3 first place prizes in Step in the Ring promotion. That's just how they listed it online. Talking about Wendy. Took 5th place. Got career earnings in 2024 for Wendy in FPN National Championships. $16,800.
It's not a bad side gig for playing some free poker.
Yeah.
Button 2, 4, 6. 1, 2, 2.
Oh, goodness. Wendy had a lot of stuff written in profession, and it was in nice cursive handwriting, and it's been a while since I've read in cursive. Wendy runs a league night.
Oh, how about
She
that?
is a host for FPN, so that is huge.
Thank you, Wendy.
For us. Wendy.
Making it happen for all those players?
Yeah, so probably I'm sure the players appreciate what you do for them, and what better way to kind of show that you are meant to be a host. You got some, some couth. That'd be the word for it?
Yeah, you got me. Deuce, or Queens for Skylar in C2.
No, couth is not the right word. Okay, well, let's just talk about the poker. But Wendy, you are a poker host for FPN, and we thank you for that.
King 5 gets folded. Over to Mirion, 6 deuce gets folded.
Show 6 deuce and folds.
Jeremy, you started us out so strong at this final table,
Yeah,
this
Jeremy.
feature table earlier.
He took a break. You do have permission for a story about Goose.
Oh, yeah, one of the people on our crew, Chris Goose, years ago when we worked together with Heartland Poker Tour, my co-host at the time, Fred Bevel, and I decided to have a little fun with Goose and to punk him. And the story was that I was going to approach Goose about trying to borrow money because I had lost it all in the casino, and I owed people money.
Oh boy.
And so we kind of cornered Goose in an elevator. The story that we told him, I'll get to that in a second. Fred Morales with ace, queen of diamonds. Oh, I don't think this story's ever been told in public, but it's a doozy. All right, Fred's all in. Ace, queen of diamonds. Let's see if one of the blinds can find something to try to eliminate him. Mirion does not. How about Elizabeth? Nope. It's not going to do the job either.
Fold, 7 deuce, 4 winner.
So Fred will pick up the blinds.
All right,
So-
you were down money.
Yeah, so the story was Fred and I approach Goose. I'm down money. I owe money. I can't get any more, and I'm just looking. I'm at my wit's end. So I say, Goose, here's the deal.
6, 9.
I am willing to do anything, and I do, wink, wink, mean anything, Goose. If you could come up with some money to loan me, I'll pay you back at some point. But I need this money now. And Goose is like, and he starts reaching for his wallet, and I'm like, You know, like I think I said, I need 10 grand or something like that. And he looks at me and, go on and on about, do your mom and dad have any money? Would you have access to give a money order? And the look on his face. Now, mind you, this is, gee whiz, 15 plus 18 years ago.
Wow.
Goose was a much younger man back then, so was I, but he was really young at that point. And Goose had, we let him hang for quite a while with that one, trying to get money out of him. Like, Goose, like seriously, anything.
Anything.
I need this money bad. And finally we let him off the hook, and it was like he had 1,000-pound weight lifted off of his chest. He was beside himself, uncomfortable.
Well, I'm sure being the young gun on the crew.
Oh,
and
man.
Now the big wig, the face of the tour is.
I don't know about that, but yeah, a guy who has gotten himself into a bad place.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's crazy to look back and realize the history that is on this crew with poker, not to mention Jared has also been in the poker world helping out on production crews for the WSOP, WPT, I'm sure. He's too focused to overhear, but Jared's been around the block a time or two as well.
There was another instance with Goose. We were in Deadwood, South Dakota, and Elizabeth, and I say this with all due respect, she's a very tight player. She is very deliberate. We have not seen her open up anything that has been out of left field, so I would not see her playing 8-9 of hearts, but maybe 4 players now. She feels like this might be the time to start doing something. 8-9 of hearts, just fine. But again, you can't raise, you just have to go all in.
Mm-hmm.
You can't call, you just have to go all in. So you have 2 options, all in or fold. So she will get a little jiggy with it with 8-9 of hearts. Try to
Will Smith reference there.
grab these blinds. And Fred's not going to call him off with 5-3 of hearts.
Be about a fourth of his chip stack.
575 or 675? 575.
He's going to ask for a count.
So Fred continues to think this over. So we're in Deadwood, South Dakota, and this had been after this event, and so he already knew of our level of messing around with him, but yet at the same time, whatever, it was fun. We had a good laugh and no hard feelings. We would always cut the TV production pieces after we were done with the final table. So Fred and I would go sit on set. They'd turn the camera on. We'd go through our open. We would record that on site. We would do some cutaways and content that would go into the produced show for Heartland Poker Tour. While we're doing this, the crew would be like tearing down the set kind of around us.
Right.
So we're in one corner shooting these, and everything else is kind of being torn down in the meantime at the same time. And it was always this thing that I hated Goose. Like for some reason, like a Seinfeld Newman, like he was my nemesis for whatever reason. Colin always had that vibe, but it wasn't true at all, but whatever.
You can't hate him.
We're right in the middle of me cutting a piece of audio on camera. And we didn't have teleprompters or anything, so a lot of it we're just doing off the top of our head or whatever. And there is a loud clang that totally ruined the take in the background. And I take with both hands, I slam down on the table, and I'm like, GD Goose! Just scream at the top of my lungs. And you can hear the record scratch sound effect in the background, like, ear. And there's Goose, standing there frozen. I can see him, back over in the corner. I can see him, frozen.
Hammer in hand, pounding away at what I would assume to be some trussing.
Yeah, that's what it was. I think it was a piece of trussing fell, hit another piece of the trussing, and it made a loud clanging noise and totally ruined our take.
It was a crossbar, P&D crossbar.
Okay.
Also a likely culprit of loud banging noises during strike.
So some good times. I always said with the TV shows that I've done for poker commentary, the mistake we made was we should have been making a TV show about us and not about the poker players.
Yeah.
Because the things and the shenanigans and places, and I mean,
You get a bunch of guys, probably primarily guys on the set, the production crew. You're traveling
we're
the
running all over the
country,
country filming these shows, meeting up
sometimes
with
internationally.
Yep, cast of characters. Oh, how about that one where they snuck into the Dominican Republic
Yeah. Oh,
without
yeah.
passports? I mean, things happen. You know,
Yeah.
you get on a private jet in Miami and just things happen.
Yep.
I wasn't part of that run, but that was another. I think Goose was a part of that. Goose, were you a part of that one? Oh,
He
you weren't
wasn't
old enough to go.
to illegally smuggle himself into
Yeah.
the Dominican
I mean, they had
Republic.
standards. We don't want a
Okay, right,
passport,
right.
but if you're too young, forget
Yeah.
about it. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I've definitely heard a number of stories of the shenanigans that
Just
him and the guys have gotten into, and those are far too graphic to get into on a live stream broadcast for a family poker network.
Yeah,
as you
there's
would say.
from those back in the days, and you can look up old videos of us still on Heartland Poker Tour that are on YouTube, and I just watch them now and I just laugh. And anytime somebody brings them up, I just laugh and look at how ridiculous Louis looked. And yeah,
There's
good times.
Yeah, while we're in between hands here, I know there was a clip of doing a live broadcast from outside of the hotel or ballroom. Was it in Baltimore where the host was, the homeless lady was
6 raised to 600.
Fresno, California, and it was a blooper reel, but they decided to. It was a great bit from this homeless lady who wanted to just do a bunch of shout outs and wouldn't leave and get out of the shot.
Right.
And the announcer commentator was very nice about it. But yeah, she kind of became the star of the show there.
No, 3 minutes. Button 9, 2, 4. 600 to go. Six calls. Nine calls. Two calls.
So we got a call from Marion with ace 4.
3 to the flop.
Call from Skylar and a check from Fred. So 3 of these 4 players going to see a flop. First one we've gotten to in a bit.
2 checks. 4 checks. 6 bets. 600.
Marion bets 600,000. She hit the 4 on the flop, so she's got 2 pair. Absolutely nothing for both Fred and Skylar. Well, no, take that back. Skylar also hit the 4. Oy.
2 calls.
So Skylar calls. So how deep is Skylar willing to get with his king 4? That's the question. How much money is he willing to put into bottom pair?
Heads up to the turn.
If another 4 comes, it would be disaster for him.
2 checks.
See a check from Skylar, check from Marion.
River's
Back on the river, we'll give Marion a check mark.
The only way Skylar's going to win this hand is if he can somehow bet Marion off of the hand. But he
There's a flush
doesn't.
draw there.
2 checks, and Marion's going to win the hand.
with an ace.
Close but no cigar for Skylar Sand.
Turned over.
And you know what? Marion wins a pot, and now is a great time to bring up something extremely relevant to her being here. And this is exactly what Free Poker Network is all about. Congratulations. I'll just read July 20th, 2024. Congratulations, Mirion Massman. Mirion outlasted 150 players in the commemorative poker tournament, the 20th anniversary of the raid on the Granite Bowl. Mirion plays out of that Salty Pickle dugout bar and Billy's Corner Bar. There was a huge controversy at the Granite Bowl where they shut poker down for a while because it. So we had this big 20th anniversary of the poker raid at Granite Bowl, and guess who won it? Mirion Massman. And guess why Marion's here? Because that's how she qualified. To get
She
today.
won that event.
She won the event.
How about that? And now here she is playing for
Yeah.
for $25,000.
Nine folds, two folds.
Is there any more of a story there? There you go.
Yes, there is. So
Okay, let's get to that. I want to hear about the poker raid. That sounds fun.
Yep.
No,
2-4 floor.
400,000.
And these blinds are just getting to be.
Four moves all in.
Okay, all in from Fred with Queen 10. Fred goes all in out of the small blind. Marion with 10-3 in the big blind. I'm guessing is going to be folding. Keep those short stacks short. Poker's very expensive right now. 200, 400 with a 400 big blind Annie.
All right, button 4, 6, 9 under the gun. Excuse me. Yeah, 2 under the gun. Early this stuff. Button 4.
okay. So 20th anniversary raid poker game, July 12th. Oh, hold on.
We got kings. Got a big hand brewing.
Raise 800 for 2.
Here we go.
This is really good for Fred. Raised to 800,000. Sounds like a lot. It's kind of a standard raise right now.
All in. All in. Just say it quick. Go.
Oh,
Do it.
no.
Don't
Hold
think
on.
about. Nope. Don't think about it. Go all in.
Well, he's going to, but taking this time is. Are we acting here?
Oh yeah. Touching the lips, looking all weak. Anytime you see a poker player touch their face, they're usually being deceptive. But in this case, he might not even realize he was touching his face.
Probably not, but you can find more poker tells and reads in Chris's forthcoming book.
All my stuff is stolen from Joe Navarro, so if you're going to steal, you might as well steal from the best. And Joe is definitely the leader in that industry.
Wow, look at this.
Little does he know, he's going to get called. He's going to get called by a lesser hand.
in Marion's hand. That is a
Even
big.
even worse for Skylar. Yeah, correct.
Good news is Skylar will not be eliminated once he calls, but he will be doubling up. Shorter stack.
Elizabeth Walker with just 275,000 in front of her.
In the big blind too, we could see for sure an elimination here.
Oh, she got all of her chips in the middle. Okay.
Skylar folded. Oh, he called.
I see 6, 7, 8.
So, if
From each player going.
Yeah, a little smile in the acknowledgement that kings ran into aces.
it's going to be one out for Skylar. As you can see, even though Skylar has kings, Elizabeth has a better chance of winning, albeit only 17%,
Two
than
live
what Skylar
cards.
does. Yep, yep. No, just 2 cards. They're not live.
Probably eligible for.
Super live.
Everything else is
I mean, she can't make a pair of jacks and win,
Right. Oh, right. Okay.
right? So,
You got aces versus kings.
They're on life support. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
they're still kicking cards, but not
Yeah.
not truly live. But it's not pair over pair, which is what's
No.
going on with aces and kings. So a better opportunity than having a pocket pair is to have that jack 9, which again, best hand in poker. Flops 5, 5, 8. Aces are holding. Skylar wants to find the one king that's left. It would be a true one outer if he hits this here on the river. Nope.
7. And in 4th place will be Elizabeth Walker of Dundas, Minnesota, representing Don's Corner Bar.
1,075,000.
Wow. What in a double up
Wow.
and then some for Fred Morales. What a time to wake up to pocket aces.
All right, so 3 players left. That's Skylar, seat 1, or seat 2, excuse me. Fred, seat 4. Marion in seat 6.
What a
North
great
Dakota, Indiana, and Minnesota represented here.
Well, Elizabeth Walker, no stranger to cashing. Cashed twice in World Series of Poker events. And coming to 5. This will be her 6th national championship for the Free Poker Network. And hopefully with her winnings here today, $5,000, she'll finally dine out at a restaurant in Las Vegas.
Get yourself a bottle if you're into that, yeah. So just like that, Fred Morales is now our chip leader.
There's only one champ.
Insane.
Miriam, tell the boys you're taking it home.
So, 20th anniversary raid poker game on July 19th, 2004, the state of Minnesota. This came down from the state, initiated a raid on a free poker promotional event at the Granite Bowl in St. Cloud, Minnesota. So that poker game that Marion ended up winning
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
marked the beginning of the battle to transform bar poker into what it is today.
Now, Marion wasn't at the original.
I think she...
The original game.
She had to have been. No, I don't know. I don't think so.
But at the time, it seems so commonplace now, but yeah, at the time 20 years ago when Free Poker Network was born, it was definitely something different. That,
People didn't understand
what do you
what's
mean?
going on.
I'm coming to play for free, but yet I can win stuff? How does this work?
Oh, Skylar's all in. Jeez, he's only down to 1.25 million chips. And a call from Marion. Oh, boy.
All right, Marion's going for it.
This is the truest coin flip we've seen.
Now, Marion does have 2 live cards.
2 live cards. There we go. Okay.
And the thinnest of margins, 51 to
Wow.
49%.
That percent will surely change once we see these 3 cards on the flop. And the flop is 7, 8, jack, 2 diamonds. Skylar needs to avoid a king or a queen or a 10 now.
A lot of outs, 10 of them going to the river.
It's a 7, and Skylar Sand will hold on for dear life.
Double up, double up.
He is already improving on last May's finish in 7th place at the Step in the Ring promotion here at the Golden Nugget, although we were in a different location. Skylar Sand now in 2nd place over Mirion, but with the blinds this high, and it's probably going to be all ins or nothing, chips are flying around this table real fast.
Button 9.
Marion pulls off a win. Would be amazing if she ended with King 7, just like she did at the 20th anniversary poker raid at Granite Bowl tournament.
6 full.
You know, I've only been in the Free Poker Network for going on 6 years now. Just to think there's 14 more years of history. We used to do 2 national events per year coming down to Vegas. Not at the level that we do today, but I can only imagine the amount of stories from all the players, just like you have with
Sure,
your
yeah, a lot of good memories made, a lot of fun had, a lot of friendships formed, and maybe friendships ended. Let's be fair.
Yep.
King 4 for Skylar, he's all in. Queen 3 for Fred, and he folds his big blind. So level that we're at right now, the blinds are 200, 400 with a 400 chip ante. After this, they go to 1 million and 5 million. Or no, at least it seems like that.
Dana just happened to be back here when we lie about the blind levels and nearly freaked out.
Stopped her in her tracks.
Everyone is all in just on the blinds.
We're going to play
alone.
one more hand blind. Let's figure this out.
Slightly anonymous on YouTube, definitely our top commenter of the night. This is his normal schedule to be up this late. He's usually playing poker online for 4 to 7 hours overnight and then work in the evenings. So you work, then play, sleep during the day.
Right. Sure.
Call. And a check.
We're
We
up
got
on
it.
that 2 a.m. hour now.
Heads up.
Is it? Oh my God, it really is.
Flop
Yes, it is.
7, King
7 King 10 on the flop.
I have an 8:30 departure to head to Phoenix tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
It's going to be a short night, guys.
10. Check.
All in.
Play moves all in.
Marion all in.
Seeing Gidget over there. Can't control yourself.
Be a massive chip swing.
Fold. 6 winner.
Wow. That's a bluff. Is it not? Kind of?
No. Well,
Oh.
yeah. Yeah, 3 deuce, I'll give that. That qualifies.
All right, our first bluff of the evening.
Small blind limps in, showing a little weakness. Marion comes over the top, sensing that weakness.
It's no degree all-in moment or whatever you want to call it, bluff moment. But, oh, my goodness, we are,
It's a dead heat, man.
wow, that is
I mean, we're
insane.
just, each player is one pot away from each other.
Skylar Sands sitting up top, though. Again, 3.7 after just getting
16 minutes left in the
doubling up.
Yeah.
Fred.
Well, again, when blinds are 10 million and 40 bazillion, it's going to happen.
call.
Miriam calls. Skylar's got the option in the big blind.
Now,
And a check.
you don't necessarily want to see where the blinds are so big that you can't really play poker.
Well, that's what
But-
this is becoming.
Yeah.
5, Jack 9.
9-5 jack on the flop.
Play moves all in.
All
Marion
in. We're
goes
gonna
all
see a
in.
call here.
With a call.
Oh boy.
Go ahead.
Oh, Marion. Thought she was going to.
Marion. I definitely appreciate the aggressive play there. But there's 2 cards to go. And
That's true.
She has 1 live card.
Yep, she's got an overcard. Overcard to the board. How about a jack?
We got some
Or a
outs.
10. Now a queen opens up some more outs. So at 14% for the river.
And a king on the river! Mirion Massman! Are you kidding me?
She can't believe it. Look at her. She can't believe it.
This game is awesome, and it's easy. Wouldn't you say, Mirion?
Wow.
2,500,000.
And she hit the hard one.
Yeah.
Like she hit the less of the outs.
Oh my gosh. 6 outer. A 6 outer, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, if I'm Skylar, I am so sick to my stomach.
Well,
Hand over 620.
so now after how close they were, Skylar now takes the lead in the chips. Or Mirion takes the lead in the chips. And look at this. Just 250,000. Barely enough to pay the small blind for Skylar's hand.
So we're all in
Man.
on this hand.
Is this what you would call gross? That's a gross beat, right? Gross.
Yeah.
Gross. It's a 6 outer and she hits the hard one to hit. She hits one of the
my
kings.
Goodness.
Oh boy. Love poker. Love it. Every minute of it. Love it. Okay, back to Mirion. She'll start this hand off on the button. Jack 9 of diamonds.
Call.
She's going to call.
2 full.
Skylar folds.
Wow.
Check. 2 to the flop. Heads up.
All right, so Jack 9 and Queen 8.
10, ace 9.
Flops 9, ace 10.
Check. Fair bets.
Mirion bets, making middle pair. No, bottom pair, excuse me. So the bet's 1 million for Mirion.
Red Morales with the cut shot straight. And he will fold to Mirion.
620.
There's a lot of chips going her way. 2.4 million to be exact. That's half what we're playing for. One half is not like the other because the other half is $25,000.
15K for second.
Yep. I think 8,100 or so for third. So even if whoever
Well-
gets eliminated in third place, they will be taking home a nice chunk of change.
Skylar's going to wait for his big blind to be all in.
And it would definitely be more than a hand pay. Been more than a hand pay for the entire final table.
Winner 6.
Mirion gets a walk in the big blind.
Had Fred absolutely crushed.
You got a new dealer coming in. Thanks, everybody. Here it is. Absolutely. Yep.
If you are still watching this, you're really something,
We love you.
man. You got the stomach. All 70 or 80 of you. 72 still
Yep.
hanging on.
72. Likely many of you are not on West Coast time, or as they
No.
would call it, Pacific time.
Right.
So we're talking 3, 4, 5
What
a.m.
happened while I was gone?
And I see a dealer change. Does that mean that blinds are also going up?
Yeah, blind. I'm gonna stand up for more.
All right, big blind is all in.
I just can't believe we had talked about potential end time here. I don't know why I threw out midnight would be a good time. That was wishful thinking.
Yep, small blind.
Well,
Going out there.
when we had gotten started, I was talking to the security guard outside, and I said I would give this 90 minutes to 2 hours. And we're now at 2 hours and 38 minutes of final table time.
Well, Skylar's all in, and Baron, you kind of have to call. It's 2 of your million chips. Skylar's going to stand up, smirk on his face, knowing full well this could be it.
He's got a darn good random hand. Let's put it that way.
If, yeah.
He's crushing her right now.
Yep.
All right, I'm ahead
But
for now.
Mirion can find a squirrely 5 in there.
Wouldn't call it the case ace, but I'd call it the hive 5, hidden in the hive.
Flop is 6.
6 for Jack. Mirion has a lot of connections there. Oh, familiar 6 outs. Marion's pretty good at hitting those.
Turn is king.
King on the river is going to give Mirion more outs despite Skylar pairing his king. 9 on the river. Skylar Sand is going to double up through Mirion Massman, who just took a massive chunk of chips from him. Skylar's national championship
Well,
hopes are still alive.
He's at 100,000 now. So he's going to pay the small blind and have almost all of the chips in.
Well, I'd say in 4 years of coming to the FPN National Champions and final tabling in 50% of those, it's only a matter of time before Skylar finds himself on top as the last man or woman standing.
Well, according to this, Skylar's got 100,000 chips left, and that would be the small blind. So I don't know why he still has chips in front of him.
That might be accounted for after. No, he's got like 300K.
6 folds.
Guessing that chip stack's not right. Because that shows him at all in, and he is not all in.
2 folds. Hand over.
And he gives a walk to Fred.
Might have had I think we had blinds messed up on like one hand 2.5 hours ago, and it's finally
Made its way around.
butterflying effect into this.
We're going to get a correct chip count from him.
So our top commenter of the night, Grant, is slightly anonymous
Are yours
from Grand Forks, North Dakota.
Ah, got it.
That is,
We also have Michael Thompson,
Yeah,
Mick T from
He
New
wants a chip
Malden,
count.
England.
for everybody.
So it's the middle of the day there.
No way.
1,
All right.
5, 6, 7.
We are officially streaming worldwide. I always say across the universe, and
There you
I
go.
never knew we'd be jumping across the pond that is the Atlantic Ocean and be live streaming all the way in England.
Somebody's picking up and watching it.
Bob from Florida is out there. Bonzi is watching live in Florida, but is from North Dakota.
What's the next break?
Okay, 650,000 in front of Skylar.
5 minutes.
Looks like we're getting everyone's chip stacks just to make sure we know where we're at.
You didn't turn them in yet? Wait for the big whammy. Sure. I'll go get you one.
What'd you have? 3.9? Two, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All three of these players, Brian, look just exhausted.
Yeah, haggard.
It has been such a long, long day. And it's not like they got here and they've been well rested and not been doing anything. They've been playing poker for a couple of days straight. This is the culmination of it, all the pressure at 25,000.
This is also a bounty tournament. $10,000 of mystery bounties.
No.
Mirion just tore one out, and it looks to be a sorry, try again.
A whammy.
4, 5, 6. That's 5 million.
That's 5 million. 6 million.
6 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6.7. 6.7. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. I counted. Oh, plus the Annie.
We'll have a total list of those who won
So plus 4.
bounties posted on the website, and I'm sure on Facebook as well.
All right.
I believe $1,500 was the top bounty, went out really early in the day, which sucks for 403 people, but for the 404th.
So here's the official updated chip count. Marion has 7.1 million, Fred with 2.7, and Skylar with 650,000 blinds at 2, 4, and 400,000.
Skylar's moving all in. 4. At least you got a high card in there. That's really all you can ask for in these situations. And God, it's probably one thing that kind of annoys me with poker is that you work so dang hard to get all the way to the final table, and I mean it takes time. The blinds are just naturally going to get high, and you eventually have to risk it all on sometimes just a coin flop or whatever. But that's poker.
6 calls.
So Marion's going to make the call. There's just 200,000 more. So she's going to try to finish off Skylar Sand. Skylar's looking to double up to get to 1.9 million. King 4 versus 10-9.
Flop is ace 3.
Flop is ace 3, 4.
Oh,
so
no.
Skylar was already ahead.
Okay, I thought Marion had hit that, but 3 on the turn, 6 outer for Marion. What do you know? She's the 6 out queen now.
River is a 7.
7 on the river, and Marion will double up Skylar Sand.
Now he's got 1.9 million.
He's got some fight in him. We'll give him credit, absolutely.
It kind of seems like one of those zombie movies where Marion's saying to him, "Why won't you die?"
So Fergus, Minnesota, can do North Dakota, and Detroit/Jefferson, Indiana, Detroit, Michigan /Jefferson, Indiana /
Clarksville.
Louisville. Louisville.
The Ville.
The Ville. So 3 states represented by 1 player. Kind of a big flex. Fred Morales will fold, giving a chuckle. He definitely feels the night with it being so late, and
400.
just would like a good hand.
Here's Skyler.
Extra long blink, clearing
Option.
the gunk from his eyes,
2, all in.
and he's all in.
Stop it.
Marion was 6'5". Just hates life right now. It's just
250,000.
just hating it.
Skyler's going to get back up to 2.5 million.
So that's why you're going to fold here. You're not
Oh.
going to double them up. You're going to fold.
Yeah.
You're going to move on to the next hand.
On the fold.
I know, Marion.
6 fold, hand over.
Marion, look at it this way. We're back here just blabbing. At least you're out there grinding it out for 25K.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I know it's no fun, tired. You just want it to be done, but yet you don't want it to be done unless you're the champion.
We don't even get paid till we get 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. So
And no,
please, for the love of
no
all
one
things,
cashes a check until that happens.
up to 715 now.
Well, you gained, what, 20 more tonight?
Yep.
There you go.
Yep. We are very happy with that.
All right, now Marion's on the button.
6 fold.
She folds 10-8 of hearts. 10-3 of diamonds for Skylar.
Oh,
Yep.
goodness.
Blinds are
Yeah.
up 300, 600,000 with a 600,000 chip ante.
2, all in.
Skylar's all in. Don't foresee him getting a call from Fred.
4 fold. Hand
Skylar now with 3.5. Dangerous chip stack at this level.
Sorry, man, I can't do donk until I do.
Wow. What a final table. Come as close to a chip in the chair as you can with Skylar, and hasn't shown too much emotion. I mean, definitely had a chuckle of like, not again, don't knock me out, I want first place, and he's fought his way back up into second place. Fred Morales with 1.3 in his chip stack, and these blinds come and go real quick. 2 of 3 hands, you're in the blinds.
2 fold.
Are we at 7 hours now of broadcasting?
Yeah. I don't know if we can change it now, though.
4
These
folds,
running
hand
pretty
over.
good.
Small blind.
Thank
Big
you.
blind.
Got that fixed for you.
It's 300. Button and 4.
Blinds are going up soon, I would imagine.
Oh, they just went up.
I'm on the 30-minute delay.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
4
On that
fold.
30-minute delay, you're just now seeing kings into Fred's aces. Oh gosh, that was disgusting. Good news for you, you know now that has not meant the demise for Skylar. It is
We might get some action here.
might.
Checks.
All right, we got a call and a check. Skylar and Marion. Especially if an 8 hits the board.
Flop is Jack 5.
Does not, but Mirion hits her jack. So she's going to be betting.
A lot of chips.
Nothing there for Skylar to continue with. He's just going to have to fold unless he's planning some sort of move.
Aaron's going to bet 900,000.
Skylar folds.
This last three player, I mean, it's been hard the whole final table, but these last three players, it is so hard. I don't have a favorite to win. I have an argument.
I want them
for
all to
three of
win.
them.
You bet. I want them all to win.
3-6, 306.
Skylar's been up and down at this table. Fred's kind of been the steady one. Mirion was the one who got lucky to stay alive. So
Fred's responsible for some knockouts on the table. Just on the live stream, knocking out Elizabeth Walker. Now that hand's just coming up, doubling up through Skylar with his pocket aces. So that was definitely a monumental moment in Fred's run here.
Big blind. Yep, that'll be the ante. See, 4 all in. Big blind all in. Button in 6. Seat your cards. They can't be. Yep. 6 full. 2 calls.
all right, we got it all in. 8-5 and ace queen.
Not 2 live cards for Fred.
No, 2 live cards.
Oh, I don't get it.
See, because he could hit an 8 and be ahead,
Oh, yeah,
or hit
yeah,
a 5
yeah.
and be ahead.
Okay.
Although now it is, he is in a real bad hurt locker.
Oh my goodness, you guys. Just like that. Oh, we got a 4-outer now. 6 and a 6 only.
6.
3 on the river, and Fred Morales will
Wow.
be eliminated in 3rd place, representing all the players of Massive League out in Kentucky. Congratulations, Fred. What a run here at the National Championships. I'm sure, I mean, we're just seeing it on the live stream now that Aces over Kings knocking out Elizabeth was a massive reason why he has made it this far. He's taking home $8,100.
And you were just small,
Next
right?
person
So
to win
you
will
did
take
this
home
time.
$3.375 million, and first place is
No, this is the chip count.
Oh,
That's not
gotcha,
the payout
gotcha.
ladder. This is the chip count.
that there is a massive pay jump from 3rd to 2nd place.
Well, I'll be interested to see how long this goes if Mirion or Skylar decides to push the issue
Yeah.
to try to
Seats
just end it. Or if they're still got the stomach to grind it out, do whatever it takes to get that 25K.
So Skylar's
And you'll be first to act.
going to move over to that 3 position, and Marion might move over to the 7 position, just to make it a nice and even table.
Think of the decisions that they're making. Each one they make, hypothetically, is a $10,000 decision. The difference between first
Yeah.
and second place.
Yeah.
Check.
7-5 versus 8-4, both clubbed.
Nearly a straight flush in their hands alone.
Flop is 7, queen, jack.
The jack. Skylar pairs his 7. Check from Skylar.
Checks. 7
Massive
bets.
bet from Marion.
600.
Holy cow, she's not afraid.
Well, now this is the kind of situation where Skylar's got to be wondering, she's raising if she has a queen.
He calls. He's all in.
Yeah. Yeah, that may be a bit of a misstep there for Marion. Because if you had a queen or a jack heads up, you probably would have been raising.
True.
7 folds.
So that's situational, taking advantage of something of why would they be doing that. You know, if you have a face card heads up, she knows that. She's made plenty of final tables, plenty of poker experience. So maybe just a blip in the concentration there for Marion. Nothing wrong with taking a stab at it. You missed. Odds are he's probably going to miss as well, but he didn't, and now he is trying to push back Marion's or pull Marion's chips over to his stack.
Like that?
Go through those winners tonight of our final table. Sue Skunis from Aurora, Illinois, playing out of the town. With 9th place, Wendy. Oh! Fred just pulled a $500 winner on the bounties, so
Nice.
it's not dry in there
Three
after
all
all.
in.
Skylar goes all in with ace 4.
Call. 7 calls.
And
And
a
a
call.
call.
It's king 5.
This could be it, folks. Just a couple short hands later.
So Marion has,
King 5.
and that would be,
Close to the hand that she had.
king 7, but she has 2 live cards.
Oh.
Is where I was going.
Oh.
All right, 9.7 million chips. They're all in the middle. 404 players worth of chips is now down to this.
Oh, my goodness.
Skylar's going to look to. Oh,
King
she
on the
spikes a king.
flop. King 5-8. He does have a club out there. At least one club on the turn would open up a lot of outs for Skylar. Queen on the turn. 3 outer for Skylar. Can he pay back Marion for what she did to him earlier, hitting a 6 outer? Can she do it? 3 on the river. Your champion of the Desert Dash for Cash FPN National Championship, Mirion Massman out of Billy's Corner Bar in Fergus, Minnesota. Be careful, everyone. Don't knock over our champion, but she is taking home $25,000. And what a performance by Skylar Sand. Was once down to $250,000 in chips, less than a small blind. Claws his way back, outlasts Fred Morales, and takes 2nd place. 5 places better than last year in May.
I love the shirts that their crew has made up. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Starts in Vegas. Wow. What an incredible final table.
He only has 6.
Folks, we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we are going to have your final interviews and wrap up.
Hey, it's been a lot of fun, man.
It's been a great freaking time with you, Chris. Thanks for coming out. We're going to see you guys all in just a few short minutes. welcome back for what was an exciting, crazy conclusion to our FPN 100K Desert Dash for Cash. We have two amazing players here joining me, our first and second place. First, Skylar Sand of the Can-Do Bar, Can-Do, North Dakota. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. Yeah, it was a good run today.
Yeah, well, Step in the Ring promotion out in the main lobby of the Golden Nugget, coming in at 7th place. What does it mean to be placed better in this promotion here?
Yeah, it means a lot. Yeah, the last time I was down here, I had a pretty deep run, but it just missed the big money. So I'm glad to run deep this time.
Yeah, I would say you're definitely due for a first place finish. And man, the hand that I am thinking of the most is aces running into your kings. What your heart had to have dropped. Tell me about that hand real quick.
Yeah, obviously I was really happy to look down at pocket kings there, and obviously it never folding. It's just a cooler, so not much I could do about it. So.
Yeah, and then finally, you were down to 250,000 in chips. What was going through your mind at that point? Final three, all that stuff. What was going through your head in that moment?
Yeah, I was just at that point just doing my best to grind it out and try to ladder up.
And you sure did that. So second place finish here. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the future. So
thank you.
And to my right, Mirion Massman, Billy's Corner Bar in Fergus, Minnesota. What is in the water over there?
It's just the enthusiasm of all the people. They just root you on, and yeah, it's awesome.
We've got a two-time national champion with Joel Smith. You've got Jordan Sleen, one-time national champion, and joining that prestigious list, Mirion Massman. How does that feel?
Feels awesome. Yeah.
Your path to get here. What tournament did you win? What's the story behind that?
At the Southway Bowl in St. Cloud, they had an anniversary of the raid that was done there 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they had 150 players there, and I aced them. I took first place there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah.
Finished with, I believe, King 7 there, and here you finished with King 5.
Love those kings.
Gotta love them kings. Yeah. So through that tournament, you qualified to come to nationals.
Right. Yep.
And now you've won $25,000.
Yeah. Oh, awesome.
Unbelievable. So any shout outs to your friends at home?
Oh, yes. Thank you for cheering me on. I was getting texts from them all night long until it went on YouTube. And then they left me alone to concentrate on my game. But, yeah they were encouraging me all the way. I think they're still sitting up there listening to or just watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I don't know how many of my kids, I got 12 kids, and so I don't know if they were all there, but I was getting texts from most of them. That I got one in Hawaii, and he's on his vacationing.
Was he watching over there too?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! What a vacation to watch your mom win $25,000. Unbelievable. Well, Chris and I were in the booth. We didn't know who to cheer for. Skylar to finally take a first place, or Mirion. Chips were just coming to you all night long. So, congratulations from the bottom of all of our hearts. And thank you all for tuning in. Thank you to the Golden Nugget for hosting us here again. Thanks to all the FPN staff. What a way, 20th anniversary. One last question. Chris and I were debating on that poker tournament, the 20th annual raid. Were you there?
At the raid? No.
Yeah, okay.
No.
Okay. We thought maybe you were, and it just come full circle. So, well, thank you again. Congratulations, and thank you all for tuning in. We're going to see you all in a year for our next time around, and your face will be in the royal court.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good night, everybody. Thank you all.